Let's see. All right. What do we have? We have some conversation stuff. That was gone. You'll be passing out now. Dinner was tasty. That's great, Blair. Enjoy your rest. Hey there, Lotus. Yes, 中文. All right. So welcome back, folks. It is day 58 with Duolingo Chinese. 欢迎大家好. Hopefully everyone is fairly healthy, happy. We just concluded unit 13, right? It's our first unit back from our review, so we'll get into reviewing the Hanzi for that. Only 58? Feels like you've been doing it for a while. What do you mean? 你吃饭吗？你吃饭了吗？ Nope, we haven't. Or actually, 一点饭。我吃 whatever dumplings are. I would say gyu, but I don't know what it is in Mandarin actually. Gyu. Gyu. How does that translate? Nope. Even I know that one. Xiaoling bao is not the same. That's like soup dumplings. Xiaoling bao. Oh, maybe that is. Gyoza or gyoza. Gyoza works. Gyoza works. I'm actually kind of curious what they refer to that type of dumpling. Let's see. Xiaolong bao is soup dumpling, if that's what you're referring to. Dumpling. We didn't get it yet. Oh, jiaozi. Jiaozi. Jiaozi works, actually. Yeah, jiaozi. Let's see what this sounds like in Google Translate.
饺子.
Oh, wait. Oh yeah, 饺子. Wait, that's higher. That's like 2. 饺子. Okay. I guess because it's tone 3 next to a neutral, so it kind of goes up higher. 饺子. Fair enough. It's actually pretty nice sounding. Google Translate is pretty nice. Yeah. So let's review what we learned in Unit 13. I think Unit 13 was easily one of my favorites so far, even considering recency, because it showed me the mechanics, or it showed me how to express relative time, which I don't use very often. Google translates voices unironically better than Deep L's Chinese voice. Yeah, I actually I don't actually mind the with some caveats, very specific caveats. I actually don't mind the synthetic voice bank for Chinese. I can't really make a comment about Japanese because I just didn't really listen to it that closely. It does sound very different, but I think the Chinese voice bank isn't like incredibly crazy. There are some very specific things, weirdness about it. However, I don't mind it as well. Let's see. So Unit 13. I organized it in my head in a manner. Let's speak. And we only have Unit 13. So let's practice our total recall. Right. How do I organize this? Organize this way. So I don't like the CN voice bank they have for Duolingo. My Anki deck has better voice clips somehow. I don't know what the Anki voice bank sounds like, but they must be clipped from sources. So those sources must be great. I don't have an issue with again, I'm just sharing that the voice bank from Duolingo is able to capture what I think are all the sounds with a few exceptions. So I don't mind them at all. In fact, one of them sounds suspiciously like someone I know. That's anecdotal though. Let's see, Unit 13. Let's see. Unit 13. Where do I start? We'll start with昨天. Jing Tian. Ming Tian. That one is today, right? Yeah, Jing Tian. Yeah, Jing Tian is today. What do you think the other ones are? Oh wait, Ming Tian kind of gives it away too, right? Actually, you know all of them because of kanji. Lotus, you know all of them because of kanji. Because they're the same kanji characters, right? Kino, yo, and ashita. Yeah. Yep. Kino, yo, and ashita. So now you know what the Unit 13's topic is. Well, at least I think what the 13 topic is. Let's see. You'll get a kick out of this one too. Oh, there is a curveball on this one. Oops. Don't mind me.去年 今年 明年 Very chill. I think I'm gonna start doing stream like this too. Yeah, Pink. On your streaming, I can link it on Discord if I do start. Yeah. Do whatever it takes to interact with your target language. There's a curveball. Yeah, 明年 rather than yeah, Daitoshi. Yeah. Or 来年, sorry, 来年. And then there's no different reads as well. So they stuck with 年. There's no like any other specific reads, but you got nen, right? 来年, which is probably from 年. And then but there's toshi. So my inclination was like toshi is probably kunyomi, right? And then onyomi is nen, or whichever one designates. I think onyomi is supposed to designate the Chinese origin one, right? Yeah, and then the biggest curveball is chu, 去年. Yeah, and then 去年 is the curveball, which is a curveball for me too. I had no idea it was 去年. That's last year. 去年. What was Japanese used? Sen, right? Sen. Yeah, they went with sen. Oh, they did? Oh, that's Kyonen? Oh, neat. Oh, yeah, I didn't get the Toshi. I didn't get the year one yet. But they went like the other ones. The other ones went with Sen, right? As well. Like the other like units of time. But I didn't get last year yet. The kanji for last year. Oh, Kyonen is... Oh, neat. That's so neat. Interesting. I guess Kyo... Is Kyo supposed to be like Chi? Is that supposed to be Onyomi? Or is that the regular? Is that Kunyomi for that character? Kyo. It kind of sounds like Kunyomi. So much fun intersecting the languages. Okay. So we expressed last year, this year, and next year. The reason why I'm writing these out is because I want to get used to comparing and contrasting how to express certain things. Because this breaks down. It's in onyomi, so Chinese sound theoretically. Okay. Yeah, because it kind of reminds me of like kyo and chi. I know it sounds really far apart, but I don't hear myself thinking that that's too far apart, honestly. Kyo and chi. Let's see. Here's some more stuff. I think you'll recognize pretty much all of these, Lotus, because these translate really well. Oh, it's kind of a curveball though. So now we have also we have 周末 and we'll say 周末 and I'm drawing a blank. Shh. Everyone be quiet for a moment. Why am I drawing a blank? Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. If I start writing, I might be okay with figuring out what I'm forgetting. Oh, wait, never mind. Wait, no, I got it. So we have 周末 and 星期, right? 星期. And these are units that use a different format for expression, at least from this unit. So we have Xianga. Xianga. 这个 and 下个 so 上个周末这个周末 and 下个周末 or 上个星期这个星期 and 下个星期 so this is weekend and this is week and then we can add the days so 日 and I just realized no I didn't mess that up so 日 and 天 I don't want to write them next to each other. Maybe we'll write them on top of each other. So for Sunday, 日 and 天 and then it goes from 一 二 三 四 五 六 right so 星期日星期天星期一星期二星期三星期四星期五 and 星期六 right so you can say this last Monday last Tuesday this Tuesday and etc so that's kind of how this works how it's laid out in my head right and then we got a new character in this unit as I try to not fumble so my right May May so May now we can add to these right May 天 每年 ugh this plugin does not do well with slant and 每个 only two I can't type 星期天 oh only two you can't type and you typed all the rest yeah there you go yeah which two is it it's oh I see it okay 周末 so weekend is the only two yeah weekend 周末 these two yeah it is a slight departure from shumatsu yeah shumatsu yeah it's below oh these two oh no you're fine with shumatsu oh shanga okay yeah the shanga so this is a counter ge is I think the closest thing I would say is close to 次 if I had to hand wave. It's a c. And then shang is I guess it's ue, like above, or sometimes it means before. So I kind of always think of it as before it was above, for like ue, right? In Japanese. So it's before. So it's like last time, or I mean below. Sorry. Oh no, the one below. Oh, this one. Oh no, not shang. Duh. I don't know what duh is. I've seen it in Japanese though. What does it mean in Japanese? Sorry, it's maybe my writing's terrible, but I've seen this before. I don't know in what context. I know one of you, like one of the, like either you or someone has used this character already, but it's like wildly different from how I'm using it here. But I don't know if it still means that, because I don't know, I'm not literate enough. And the writing is not that great, so I'm not doing the greatest of jobs. But yeah, for this means this. Yeah. All right, so we got that out of the way. So 每天每年每个 and we have the days. And here's where all the craziness happens. I'm still not sure how to go about all of this yet. My arrangement is from the earliest days. What do you mean it's a mystery? I don't know of it. Closest I got are... interesting. So it's a mystery. I hope we can find out in the future. And then we got, so we're talking about days, right? And weeks and time and stuff. We already talked about dates in the previous unit. The unit before this, we talked about dates and time and whatnot. We also have more expressions. Oh my gosh, that's too fat. Hold up. Jiao Shang, right? Yeah, Jiao Shang. And then Jiao Shang Hao. So morning, and then Hao for good. So Jiao Shang Hao, good morning. So morning, good morning. Honestly, we might as well add the other things for completion of our knowledge so far. Oh, I didn't want to write that right away. I want to start in the wait. This is what happens when you don't practice the grouping the phrases together. Okay, I lost one. That's from previous unit. I need to there was another phrase we had, but that's fine. Morning. Okay. So we also have上午 中午 and 下午. So morning, noon, afternoon. Wanshang, evening. And this is from a previous unit. 晚安 or good night. Have other phrases. You can combine phrases. So, for example, which coincidentally I only learned this recently, or like Duolingo only recently introduced most of this stuff in Japanese too. So like 今天晚上 or 今天今天上午今天上午. So this is kind of like the way no works. Just imagine a no particle in between. And then it's modified interpretively to be like this would say this morning. Have you heard of the Taiwanese alternative for hello using the character? Nope. Is it pronounced the same way? Is the read the same? This is Taiwanese, by the way. So I don't know if you know, but someone already pointed out that this is Taiwanese. So they're introducing phrases. They also introduce other common greetings that deal with Taiwanese influence. So an is Taiwanese in general. Yeah. So someone already made that comment before. So I just assume. That it goes further. I feel like I'm missing. Yeah, so up here, there's also the other phrase too. You can do this as well. 脚安 instead of 脚上, right? 脚上好. Okay, and then we have this structure, which you take the day or the year, and you can adjust. So you can put them together like Lego blocks, which is awesome. I thought that was very engaging. How they like flipped it around, and it sounds like what I expect. So not too alien to me. What else is there? There are some extraneous stuff. Like hui. It's not really extraneous. Now you have to talk about actions in the future and in the past. So 会见, right? 会见, going to see. And then you have 见了. saw, right? Outside of 见, which is see, present. And you can use this. And I notice a little particularity things. So there's also some interesting things going on with la, or the absence of la, with 在. We'll keep that on the back burner. This 在. What are other vocabulary? We have toggles between 会见 or 会 and 了 with做. Wait, 做 了 do, did, will do. I think we covered everything. Yes. So these are all the things that I can remember. And our 3 new characters, which is really small amount of new characters, is May, le, and zuo. All right. So we'll continue writing Unit 13 stuff as we're moving into Unit 14. So ask for directions. Of course you would ask for directions. Okay, walk towards the front. That's a new character. It's funny because it's like another character, only... Wait.
往前面走.
That's so funny. Oh, that's so kind of mean, actually. Oh, so that is interesting. Oh, no. That's kind of mean. Okay. I don't have the read on that either. And Mie. And... Do I have that standalone? No, I don't either. So those are 3 new ones. We got 3 new ones. This one is interesting because, you know.
往前面走.
So 往前, and then 面 we have 走. Okay. 往前面走. Interesting. 往前面走. Towards the front walk. Yeah, towards the front walk. And then we have, where are you? 你在哪里? Which is fine. 你在哪里? Please walk towards the right side. 请 is it 往
前面走.
Oh, and it's a modified Wang too. Oh, interesting. 请 Wang. We don't have that one either. That's a new one. Nice. That's a new one too. We got a lot of new characters now. And Zhao. Okay. 请
请往右边走。
请往右边走，边走，边走，
请往右边走。
边走。Okay. Interesting. Please walk towards the right. Main reason why I didn't like learning Japanese when I was like 14, 15. I hate when the grammar randomly does that funky stuff in Japanese or in Chinese. Oh, in Chinese? It's fine. Embrace. So we have so many new characters. That's 2 more new characters. So this is gonna be a powerhouse unit. I love farming characters. She is next to her younger sister. Okay. 她在她的妹妹的 something something.
她在她的妹妹的旁边。
旁边 Interesting. 旁边 Okay. Do you know the way? 你认识 blank 吗？
你认识路吗？
路吗？ Okay, 路 the way 路 Okay. 认识 no 你 you know the way, right? I do it right instead because ma is a question marker. So 你认识路吗？
你认识路吗？
路吗？ Okay. Yeah, I was referring when the word order gets all mixed up, similar to the way grammar works in Japanese and Korean. Yeah, I speak the English in that order, for fun, a lot of times in my head. So oftentimes, what Fujianese, if I'm like starting a sentence with English grammar, I would replace Fujianese where it's into the English grammar, and then the other way around is when I start a Fujianese sentence, I get really used to putting English into the Fujianese structure. So a lot of times when I'm reading this, like it's neither discomforting nor like it's not new to me, where like, oh, I could read this in English without needing to read it in proper English or like order English. So walk towards the front. This actually just says walk to the to the front, walk, and that's fine. It still says the same thing to me, and I've done this quite a lot ever since I was pretty much as young as I can remember, when I was still forming sentences. So a lot of times when you watch like clips, you could watch clips like this. You could totally watch clips like this. People do this all the time for like clicks and whatnot, viral clicks and where like, oh, what if French was spoken like English, or what if English was spoken like French? And then you when you have a great command of your language, often it only takes like a couple minutes to adjust, and then you get used to it. It's like, oh yeah, that's still saying the same thing. It's like pretty like at least that's how I feel about it. And that's how in the middle of going in the middle of just speaking English, 你也讲福州话 without the emphasis of changing 中讲新澳话 sing 新澳话 later, right? And then you can go back to English without transitioning and breaking your grammar if you don't know 买中讲新澳话, right? That's kind of the idea of going back and forth. You're kind of flexing and like code swapping in between so that you don't sound like you're breaking your sentences, because Fujiwa J sometimes change between orders, just like Puntungwa, saying Puntungwa gong more knowing question, right? I forgot how to say question, so we had to substitute for question. What if you put the wrong emphasis on the wrong? What if you put the emphasis on the wrong syllable? I don't know. I might end up calling someone's mother a horse. I do it a lot, so it's very common. I don't think it's something that you can't learn or practice, right? You do have to get used to it though. And sometimes I don't process it. And also, you also have to make sure that you don't offend anyone, because there are individuals you will probably meet that feel like if you combine two words, if you combine two languages, even if it's not Spanglish, like what I mean is it's not the same as Chinglish in the sense that is you're pronouncing the words incorrectly because you're combining two pronunciation keys. It's more you take the words and say, like, you're gonna say this in Hujiwa as opposed to continuing in English, right? So I said Hujiwa in Fujianese. I didn't say Fujianese in English. So it's kind of the difference in that. So I have a feeling I'm going to accidentally and unintentionally do this when I'm speaking Japanese, right? There are going to be times when I'm gonna say, like, you know, coffee maker arimasu, coffee maker ga arimasu, right? As opposed to coffee maker ga arimasu, right? So to me, I find that normal. However, you always have to be ready to apologize, at least in my opinion. You don't think people will get offended? I'm not saying I don't think people are going to get offended. I'm saying I know people have been offended before because I lived this life. So I have already met people who got offended by this, where you would swap between languages using the correct pronunciation. Pronunciation does not make the whole thing. It's like asking someone to be okay, asking an Italian person to be okay with pineapple on pizza. Don't do it. Don't do it. I mean, I don't mind. It is an invention of Canada, by the way. Just for the record, the only reason I brought up pineapple on pizza is I'm pretty sure pineapple pizza came from Canada, even though they call it Hawaiian pizza because they're inspired by Hawaii. And guess what? Fictitious is Hawaiian. I just thought I wanted to bring up pineapple pizza because when I thought about you and fictitious, you're from Canada and fictitious is from Hawaii. And what better way to put together this analogy than raise up the pineapple pizza? Historically, the person who made pineapple pizza was from Canada, and they were inspired by Hawaiian foods, so they called it Hawaiian pizza. Now, if you bring that over to Italy. Oh, you're from the US? Oh, so did you move? Did you move? And I'm not saying from as in where you're born or where your origin is. I'm saying where you reside right now. Of course, that's an English thing. But yeah. You always lived here? Oh, wait, who am I thinking of? Oh no, I got you mixed up with someone. No, I got you mixed up with someone. Yeah, I got you mixed up with someone. This person is no, I have you mixed up with someone. This person is from Quebec. This person is from Quebec. And they want to learn Chinese too. And they major in it. Or they want to do something with it. I think it was they're at university and majoring in Chinese. And they're I guess you would qualify them as Chinese Canadian. Okay, never mind. I got you mixed up with someone else. Anyways, that's what I thought about. Hawaiian pizza. My bad. There's a lot. Okay. But you know what I mean. Like if you done it right, if you done the Hawaiian pizza, like you're like, oh yeah, I did it all right. But then you place pineapple on the pizza, then it might still not be great. Whoever. So it's happened before. I'm saying it happened before. Where my someone would say like, why don't you just speak entirely in X language? Like, what's the point of using a different language, right? And that's happened before. Anyways, that's kind of how I think though. In my head, it has been automatic that way. Some people think they're to language learners though, they make a valid point. Here's a valid point for language learning. If you get too used to substituting words out of like efficiency or like appropriateness, you can develop gaps or under practice, and that's a fair point. So for example, like meng, like hun meng, I don't remember that at all because usually the word we use is busy. My parents, one of the phrases in Fujonese is literally "你也busy ma." Like what I mean, you've probably seen some Fujonese people say, like, how do you ask how someone has been doing, how someone been doing recently? Like as small talk, "你也busy ma?" Like, have you been busy? As in, like, what have you been up to? Like, have you been busy? Right? And they just substitute the word busy, which is the English word busy. But meng, hun meng, meng is busy in Mandarin. I still would probably substitute the word busy. Like ni hun busy ma, ni hun busy ma, and that's it. And people are upset, and people can get upset. I think Japanese people are the hardcore Japanese crew, like those people, they get upset that even katakana is adopting too many English words. So it can happen. Just being, I'm trying to be as inclusive as possible. So you know, you have to weigh the pros and cons of things. I don't want to give anyone the impression that the way I live my life is like all sunshine and rainbows and go. I want to be real with people. The things I say in my own time and stuff, they make me happy. However, it doesn't mean other people will be happy, right? I think I think that those people can't get upset, aren't appreciative of someone going out of their way to try their best, or hear me out here, Pink. Those people care a lot, so passionately about the purity of their language that they find it very hard to tolerate that there are multicultural people who can kind of affect and move what they believe is a part of their heritage, right? So if you become a hardcore language learner, sometimes it can be very hard to be tolerant of those who don't take it as seriously as you do, right? That kind of thing. That's where you'll encounter those things. Yeah, kind of like the CN 你吃饭了吗 is like, how are you doing? Yeah. Yep. 你吃饭了吗? And I answered you literally, but 你吃了没 is exactly what you just said. Yeah. My parents and I would greet other people by saying 你吃了没, which is literally 你吃饭了吗? 你吃了没? As opposed to literally saying how are you, which I guess the closest thing you have ni hao or ni hao would be like the closest thing to how are you. But I would prefer when you said 你吃了饭了吗? 你吃饭了吗? That is most natural way of, to me, to introduce people. Although I literally answer if I've eaten, because that's a good point. Food starts. I think the CN community, at least from what I've seen, only don't get it. No, I or no, as in I absolutely agree with you. That is the large majority consensus. I mean, even myself, right? My parents get like starstruck when people try to speak any amount of Chinese. And see that, but definitely don't agree with it. Yeah, but that's, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, although for some reason it's taught ni hao ni hao ma. Oh yeah, right. That's right. It is taught that way, isn't it? Ni hao ma. I forgot that they add ma at the end. It's actually really not how you greet someone, because when you say that, it sounds like you're asking, are you okay? Yeah. Exactly. So I think this is the same way as, I don't know how much Japanese you know, but o genki desu. O genki desu is a great example too, but it's not in the same way. But o genki desu is how to ask how are you in Japanese, but that's also something kind of a personal relationship dependent thing. So you would have to know the person a bit already, and then you're really asking them, are they okay? Like, are you okay? Like, how's your health? Are you healthy right now? That kind of thing. And then if you said ni hao ma, ni hao ma, ni hao ma, ni hao ma, ni hao ma. I see it also sounds weird when I'm saying it, because I don't say it very often. Ni hao ma. It just sounds weird. And that's really asking, are you okay? Like like the tone doesn't sound right. Like, or like I haven't used that in any way. So it's the same way. And I think it's because of English. But that's cool, right? So here's the thing. If someone came up to me and said ni hao ma, I would think that's neat. It tells me a lot about where this person is coming from, where this person has probably learned Mandarin, and what type of potentially what type of generalized culture they're coming from. It's informative. So as opposed to like being offended, like, oh, that's why I don't use the word wrong, right? It feels wrong to me. Like, it feels like I'm not used to it myself, but at the same time, it might be something they find normal. And the thing about that is you get a lot of information from that. You totally get a lot of information from that. Definitely wouldn't get upset about it. I would still be flattered. I'm sure most Chinese people would be happy. It is kind of a thing, especially outside of China. Now, I haven't ever been to China, but outside of China, it's even, I mean, you've probably seen a lot of viral videos about polyglots and whatnot going to places, but any amount of population outside of China, like, I get floored when I hear someone speak in a dialect all of a sudden, because in the United States, 95%, I'm gonna say like 90, yeah, I'm gonna say 95% of your encounters in the United States, wherever you are, outside of the major metropolitan areas, you're not gonna hear that at all. Yeah, so for whatever it's worth, some people get annoyed by those things. I don't think I get annoyed by things. It actually puts a smile to my face when someone unapologetically tries to speak another language, as opposed to like knocking them down, like, oh dude, but you know you're saying it all wrong. And I'm like, oh well, you could have put it another way. You can't wait to do that next time you go to New York. Yeah, Chinatown. Yeah, Manhattan, Chinatown. Actually, there are multiple Chinatowns you can go. Once you get into the New York area, you can choose which Chinatown. Isn't that a shocker? So which Chinatown are you going to? Because there's actually since I'm from New York, so they're all close to mid Manhattan. It's actually if you draw a circle around Manhattan, there are 3 Chinatowns. Although, and they're all within 30 minutes of each other. I mean, traffic's kind of horrible, so it could be anywhere. It's 1 hour. It's probably London, I keep saying it the way my parents say it. London Boulevard. It's probably the one on London. Oh, Canal Street. You're probably thinking about the Canal Street, Chinatown. The Canal Street one, where this is gonna sound like a times have changed thing, but the Canal Street Chinatown has become a place where the living expenses are really high, so most of those people have fanned out to the neighboring areas, like in Queens and Flushings. Unless you're talking about the Flushing Chinatown, then the Flushing Chinatown is the one. It's to the east of New York City, and that's probably the biggest one. Now, the only reason I know all this is because my extended family lives in New York City, and I'm from Manhattan. So you kind of keep track of what's happened. Probably Canal Street, I'd probably say. The one I've been to is the one by Canal Street. Yep, okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, that place, the cost of living has skyrocketed, like in the United States. And Canal Street, most of what made Canal Street, they're no longer there. Like, so it's kind of somewhat of a low-key, smaller ghost town nowadays. So you'll have to be a little adventurous and head north or east. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, especially compared to Flushings. Yeah. So it happened to DC as well. In Washington, DC, in the DC area, which is south, right, in Maryland, that Chinatown has largely been phased out. The most like super iconic places might still be able to run. However, it's been like modernized by individuals who can afford those prime locations. It's not a bad thing, things change. I think I maybe passed by but never walked around. Flushings is like, if you have been to China, like Canal Street, Chinatown for maybe in the last maybe 9 years ago to 10 years ago, Flushings is like that now. Flushings is hecka like Chinatown experience. Like, you gotta get close and you gotta get up close and personal with people. It's really busy. It's like packed sardines. The closest Chinese experience outside of China is what I see. What I would say. Queens isn't too bad, and I would say Queens is the next one. It's a lot more sparse and spacious, but it's a little bit hoity-toity, slightly upscale. Queens. Anyways, that's enough talking about New York. Or New York. I'm gonna go to the Canal Street area later this year, so I might get to at least practice some CN when buying stuff. Oh yeah, with China, yeah. Yep. Fujianese is also it's a prime. Chinatowns are a prime place to hear Fujianese every once in a while. Because like if you know Mandarin and then suddenly you hear something that's not that, usually is either Fujianese, less so Cantonese. And you might hear like mixes of there are some, occasionally you might hear Taiwanese. Occasionally. Lots of Fujianese people. Yeah, I think Cantonese tend to be like a very specific establishment. Because Hong Kong cuisine, they're in Canal Street. If those restaurants are still open, my parents do frequent some Hong Kong establishments, and those places have Cantonese that I remember, that I recall. I'm not sure if they're there anymore. Yeah, lots of reminiscing. Sorry, let's refocus now. 你认识 wait
你认识路吗？
Lu. We're gonna use pinyin today because this is the first unit, or first unit set. So we're gonna turn on pinyin again to get used to the new characters.
谁在我的后面？
谁在我的后面? Okay, 后面 is fine. 后面 behind. I'm fine with behind.
请往右边走。
走
请往右边走。
右 is right. Where's left? I think it's 左 and 后, right? 左 is left. The reason why I'm thinking about this is my parents, you know how when you're driving a car, I got a little small story. You know, when you're driving a car, even in English, in any language, you get that whole thing like, oh, no, turn left. And then the person turns right. It's like, no, your other left. You know, the left right thing. And I remember my parents when they're young, you know, I used to, when they drive me around because I was too young to drive, 左 and 后, right? 左 and 后 is it 后面？
请往右边走。
右. Yeah, 左 and 右. And then it keeps going like, no, that way. I'm like, your other left, your other right. So that's kind of what I'm thinking of when we're talking about walking right and left and stuff. I still remember sitting in the back of the car and my mother would be yelling at my father because she's like passenger driving. Passenger seat driver. Okay. Where is the cat? To say the cat is in front of you in Chinese, you say 猫在你的 okay, 你的前面 okay, 前面 front. Fair enough. And then, oh, we have all the directions. Here it is. Yeah, 左班右班旁边 no, wait.
右边
边 sorry. I'm thinking of an entirely different word. 右边右边旁边前面 and
后面
后面 Okay. I haven't heard side before.
旁边
Interesting. 旁边后面前面右边
左边
左 Right, so 左边
右边
右边 Okay. Back. Is that usui? No. Usuru. No. Usui? Something. Usuru. Ushiru. Ushiru. Mae, ushiru, hidari, migi. I don't have side in Japanese. Huh. It's such a relatable experience, I know. Passenger seat driving. Okay, so 前面后面左边左边右边旁边旁边 I was making 旁边 Okay, so 猫在你的前面524前
猫在你的前面。
切面。猫在你的前面。前面。猫在你的后面。猫在你的旁边。旁边。
猫在你的旁边。
I don't know about you, but cats don't sit like that. 好可爱 indeed. 好可爱 Very cute. Very, very cute. All right. Enough reminiscing, enough slacking. Let's get in here.
行
Wait, there are only 4 lessons? Okay, well. Sure. I think we're gonna have to switch over to two day per unit again. Unless we decide to play like a Chinese related video game or something. I'm gonna have to think about that. It's been pretty chill lately.
行
Hung? What a character right there. What a hecking character right there. Hung. Alright. Okay.
行前
Tian. Makes sense. I think Lotus would appreciate this. You skipped to section 3, so we're actually pretty close to the same place. Oh, that's kind of cool. Tian. Alright. Lotus would appreciate this. Yeah. My. Okay.
行前
Oh, hey! Lotus typed this character earlier.
边
Oh, bien. Interesting. I didn't notice that. Yeah, Lotus just typed this character recently. Oh, and these are the same characters. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. Yo. No, not yo. 左
左
Yo.
Yo.
Japanese to the rescue.
右
Yo. I don't know if you use mnemonics or like pictures, but the story behind this is a guy. This is a guy right here, and they're tripping over a rock to the right, pointed to the right. So the only way this situation can happen is if the guy is heading to the right. Yo. Or Migi. Or Migi. And that's the character. And if you're wondering, if you lop off this guy, I don't know if in Mandarin what this means, but this character right here is a rock. It's a Ushi. Wait, just kidding. Shiwa. No, I don't. Is it Ushi? Oh no. No, it's Ishi. Sorry, Ishi. No, this is. Yeah, it's Ishi. Isn't it? Oh no. I told myself I wouldn't forget. I'm pretty sure it's Ishi. Yeah, Ishi. So this is Ishi. And you can see that it's a rock right here. So that's kind of how we relate to them. To the two things. Kind of hard to forget right and left if you know one of them. What the lao shi? What the lao shi? Perhaps. Once in a blue moon. Perhaps.
右
Yo.
边
Okay. Bien. I wonder if that means the same thing in Japanese. Okay. Yo.
左前
前
边
边
旁
旁 Oh, now they're just pointing. Yeah.
左边
左边左边巧克力 Oh my god, 巧克力 Stay away from that.
他们的家在医院的左边吗？
Oh, right. We get pinyin. We get pinyin today because I want to learn the pinyin as well for the first day. So we get to look. 他们的家在医院 Wait a minute. 医院的左边吗 I see. Interesting. 他们的家在医院的左边吗Okay. So Oh my gosh, translating is hard. There are too many prepositions. Heckin' prepositions. Wait, is there home to the left of the hospital? Oh, wait. Wait, oh, are they also doing ma like at the end too? Wait. Wait. Whoa. Whoa, hold up. Hang on. Is there? No. Yeah, I know, but I'm in the家在医院的
边
左边 I think I'm gonna get there's a chance I'm gonna get bopped for this. Oh no, it's not. Wait. Oh, this just wanted the other way around. The heck with Duolingo. Alright, we're done. We're retiring from Duolingo. Let's just flip the table. They want the prepositional phrases arranged differently. Oh, wait. Oh, left side. To the left side. Okay, alright. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Left side. Okay, okay, that's fine. They accepted it. They're being loose. They're being loose. Left side. It's fine. It's fine. 'Cause I can translate the sentence right and it's still say I'm wrong. You gotta become dual fluent. You gotta be able to be Duolingo fluent, you know? That's our goal. Okay.
右边，
右边，
猫在老师的右边。
右边。对，猫是猫在老师的右边。Okay. Oh man, there's something I gotta say about Japanese though. Japanese has an inference of position based on the perspective of the speaker and the person you're speaking to. So when they talk about things, they're not using possession to specify where the position is relative to the thing. Not all the time. Huh. I gotta think about this. Like what I mean is expressing this. Huh. They do kind of like for this it would be I don't know, neko wa. Oh no, it's a reverse, sorry. So sensei no migi sensei no migi. No, it'd be the other way. I guess you would go with neko wa sensei no migi desu. No, it'd be about the same for this case. So I start with neko. I'll write in this way. Neko. Wa is the particle for a state of being for desu. And then you have sensei. And then sensei no. So that's kind of like the. And then yobian would be like migi. To the right. So migi. And then desu. So neko wa sensei no migi desu. Yeah, so kind of. Yeah, this moment is like fine if you wanted to keep with this. Now, here's the record though. I don't know if that's natural though. So I don't know if this is a natural way to order it, because somebody might come in and say, no, we wouldn't say it this way. And like, okay, that's fine. Because I'm translating this into Japanese one for one, as opposed to, oh, it's this, because you could say this in a different way as well. So you could say sensei no migi no neko desu, or neko imasu, neko ga imasu. I'm writing off screen, sorry. Neko ga imasu. So this would say there exists a cat that is in front of the teacher. And then I think this would be natural. So because using no chains and then using a predicate, in my opinion, is probably a little bit more natural, right? So it would say, like this would say, there is a cat that is in front of the teacher. And that's why this is the thing that you don't like. You mentioned earlier about like how the order changed, right? I think this is more likely what I would end up settling on saying, which is almost the complete, it's like the jumbled version of this. It would be jumbled. So the first one I did, I was like trying to keep all the things in the same order. And then in this one, everything is jumbled. Like almost everything is flipped around. So and willy-nilly. So it's kind of fun doing it. I think it's really fun. It's not bad, it's not good. It's just something to talk about. Anyways. So the cat is it's so funky. Yeah, Japanese is pretty funky. All right. Quirky. Yes, quirky. Brimming with charm. Not for everyone though. The cat is to the right side of the teacher. Okay. Also, translating it into English is also pretty funky. I think the longer I've learned Chinese and Japanese, the funkier I think English is too. Like, dude, the cat is like, you could you know, if we wanted to sound Chinese, right? It would be the cat is right teacher, or cat is teacher right side, and we're good to go. That's it. Cat is teacher right side. Nailed it. Yeah, cat is teacher right side. Yeah, cat is teacher right. You don't even need side, because side is being is kind of like a counter. So it's like cat is teacher right. We got it. Nailed it. That's it. Imagine if Duolingo accepted this. Cat is teacher right. Because honestly, even adding cat is teacher right side, that's good enough to understand it. Because a lot of people aren't interested in translating like all of it. They're trying to get it so that it feels the fastest, right? Like, how do you get to the meaning of the phrase the fastest so that you no longer need to translate everything one word at a time? And for me, when I see this, I pick out, I don't even see the real sentence anymore. Like, I don't see the English sentence. It actually takes me longer to translate. It takes me longer to translate Chinese to English than it takes me from Japanese to English. And that's kind of weird, because in Japanese, you have to rearrange all that stuff. Like, you still have to do all that rearrangement, but it's still faster than doing Chinese, because I don't remember all the words of English that I cut out from the translating. So now I gotta go find them again. Yeah. Oh, and you feel the same? Yeah. Okay, so the cat is how do you say this? To the no. Yeah, see, the cat is to the right side of the teacher. Oh boy, we're gonna have trouble with this one. Wait, whoops. The cat is to the right side of the teacher. This is a perfect example of this. I'm like, okay.
谁在你的旁边？
谁在你的旁边？ Who you side? That's all I read. I wrote all I got was who you side. Who you side. So those were the words I was looking for. Who you side. There's not even a side here. Next, they decide to use who is next to you. Oh no, who's next to you? Okay, fair enough. Like, Pengbian almost even seems Pengbian almost seems redundant. Like because bian is like a counter. It feels more like a placeholder, like ge. And then peng is side, like beside you or next to you. So who side, yeah, like who you side, right? Who you side, but who's next to you? And then you need to translate who's next to you. 睡在你的旁边. Okay. No, who you side, because it's this is 你的, but I don't look at the, I look at the subject. So you is the subject. Although the can mean that too. In this case, it does mean your side. Who's on your side, or who's to your side. You could say that too. The is like, it's funny because I don't translate the, and I don't translate bien, or like out of habit I don't translate to English counters and stuff like that. Who's your side if literal translate? Yeah, exactly. So this is something that most people in Japanese talk to me about when I was when they were translating, or like helping me earlier on when they were translating to English. Like for example, what are particles? How do particles translate to English? They don't. And then and this is a good example of something that in me, when I listen to a lot of Chinese, I don't translate these things into English. Like bien, I don't translate these into English. They, by context, you already know what it's referring to, right? But these are like effectively the closest things to particles in Japanese. So then when I was saying like no, like I kept saying like sensei no, it's the same reason. A lot of people are like, oh yeah, well this can be translated to like of, or theirs, or at, or in, or something, but that's to accommodate English. Most of the time I don't even process that anymore. Like I don't think that it's just there, and ma is just there because it's a particle. It's like when you hear ma, it's like, okay, it's such a weird feeling. It's such a weird feeling. 谁在你的旁边？
他在他的妹妹的旁边。
Okay. 他在的妹妹。喂，他在妹妹的
妹妹的
他在妹妹的旁边。
旁边。
Oh no, they're being redundant. See, now I'm removing redundancy too. Oh, this is a thing that me and Duolingo have a funny back and forth. Sometimes they want to be redundant, and sometimes they don't, and it makes me smile every time I'm like, 他在妹妹的旁边, and they want 他在妹妹的 like 他的妹妹的旁边。
他在他的妹妹的旁边。
Like, well, yeah, it's probably likely their sister they're talking about, but I guess you want to be, yeah, it would be enough context. The moment you say that, like in a context situation, you wouldn't have to specify it's 他的 but they want it here, so you got to be careful. Yeah.
他在他的妹妹的旁边。
他在他的妹妹的旁边. So here's the record though, Pink. We have to be careful because most people would want more context than like there is, I do agree, like if you don't imagine this happening, like if you don't have like a personal experience of this happening, then you might be thinking, oh yeah, I do need to specify, because actually you wouldn't be able to imagine like, oh yeah, in context most of the time you wouldn't have to say this. So that's kind of where Duolingo doesn't provide that stuff for like people who aren't sure of it, right? And that was how I feel about Japanese. So oftentimes Japanese, I have to come up with the context and I have to ask myself, would it be necessary to do this or that? Because in conversation, when you're talking in conversation, it's in context. So a lot of times the phrases get truncated, or you don't say certain things because it's unnatural in the sense of the context. And that's totally understandable. There's something that we have to keep in mind, that not everyone wants to do when they learn a language. So like, not everyone wants to pretend or like think about their situation. They just want to learn the language. So tools that provide context, like reading stories, graded readers are fantastic. Graded readers and like stories and VNs and whatnot, they provide the context, so you don't have to imagine it. For me, when I read this, I immediately already imagine what my story would be, and I'm like, you don't really have to say that. It's like, well, yeah, you're probably talking about your sister, your younger sister, that kind of thing. And you know what's funny? Sometimes they don't want a second duh. Yeah, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they do. And the nice thing is, if it's not on a listening lesson. So I always think to myself, oh, it's a listening lesson, then I have to be exact. But if it's on anything outside of a listening lesson, you can drop it. I've already tested it a couple times until they nail me for not using the like liberally. I won't yell at Duolingo for it.
他在他的妹妹的旁边。
Sometimes I would even drop, yeah. You can drop the so many times. Yeah, sometimes they will mark you wrong, sometimes not. Yeah.
儿子在爸爸的前面。
前面。儿子在爸爸的前面。前面。Okay. Okay. Alright, fine. All I heard was what I heard was his son is at his, like, oh my gosh, there's so many different ways to interpret it. It's fine. The son is 前面 is in front of the father. Yeah, so I'm already building a story, right? If I said 儿子在爸爸的前面, I would think I'm insisting that his son, the father's son, is in front of, right? And you might be thinking, oh yeah, but that's not exactly what that says. It's like, I know, but what this would, like, depending on who the subject I'm concentrating on, you could also argue that his son is in front of his father, or of the father. But like there are many ways this can contextually be in a different thing, like, because there's not enough detail. Yeah, it can be enough detail, so you make it up. That's my opinion. Not everyone likes that though, honestly. I actually feel like a lot of people don't like that, where you're like making up your own narrative. Like, because the son, well, whose son is it? Is it the father's son? Like, are they related? I mean, it could be someone else's son. And it could be someone else's father. The son is in front of the father. Okay. In English, technically, you could make a correction to it. Like someone could make an argument like, well, the son who belongs to a different father is in front of a different father, a father that belongs to someone else, a different son. And that's what this could mean without context. However, you're trying to imagine the context. So the most likely case is that the son belongs to the father that it is in front of, that the son is in front of. Actually got stuck earlier for like 5 minutes on one write this in English thingy because I couldn't figure out the exact way Duolingo wanted me to translate. Yeah. Exactly. I think this is fun. I mean, like, it might not help you with certain things, but I honestly think there's something about messing around with language that makes you remember this stuff just as much. Not that it'll maybe it might not reach the exact thing you want, but having fun with it is far more a better way to enjoy these kind of moments than making it feel like really angry. Oh, here's a word of wisdom that I saw from a YouTube short recently. A YouTube short. I really like this YouTube short of it. It's a person who did an analogy. I like to use analogies too. This person said, okay, so you got $30,000, 30,000 USD in front of you, right? And you lost 100 of the 30,000. Does that mean you throw away the other $29,900? Life, sometimes negative things, bad things happen. Does it mean you're gonna throw away the rest? And he's talking about time. So, for example, if something bad happened to you in the morning, are you gonna throw away the rest of the day? It was beautiful. That person maybe struck me as a 60-plus-year-old, probably financially stable, and they used money as an analogy for time. And it was pretty wonderful. It was quite cogent. I usually do the I do like the reverse, where like something that's there, or like I do the thing where something bad or negative is in a series of events that is to follow. So the question is, this bad and negative thing could have just as likely the potential to improve the following events than it is to decrease the following events. So the question is, are you going to channel this and let it control you, or you control it? Right. So I'm more on the line of even if you lost this 100, it's an experience that you can leverage. The reason why I say that is because oftentimes when people have time, like lots of money, and they save it unused, sometimes this does not lead to more money. When you take chances to use that money, there's a chance you lead to more money, and there's a chance you'll lose money. But one thing's for sure is when it's left unused, you haven't used it. Right? And that to me is where I would go in a direction. So instead of viewing as a loss or some finite gain, I tend to say like, well, things happen. So what are you gonna do about it, right? This guy is emphasizing that the impact of negativity can have on the rest of your day, and I like to focus on the process. So whether it's the end justifies means, you just gotta keep using the stuff that you have. So much like him, in the end, the message is the same. It's very similar. Like if you think about it at the end, you have $29,900. You have $29,900. How are you going to use that? It's not about what you lost momentarily. You still have the rest. What are you going to do with it? And that guy said something really obvious, and to me, that's how I genuinely feel when someone comes up to me and it's like, they would say something like, oh, I got a ticket this morning, and then when it rains, it pours, is what that person basically said in a euphemism way. So their day started off terribly, so then everything else is worse. And their conclusion was that it's one of those days that they couldn't do anything about, because they started off the day terribly and everything else just sucked. Well, the question is, did they make the rest of the day suck? Or did you try to make the best of it? And sometimes when someone is so deep entrenched in, like, this gets a little morbid, but like when you're in that rut, you just need someone to give you a cookie. I certainly keep treats in my not to say that I take treats from strangers, but I'm certainly the coworker that would break out a box of cookies. I sometimes I keep, like, lots of people like Oreos, right? So I would keep like treats on me at all times. You got to be the rescue party, you got to be like, okay, well, you lost $100. I'm not going to give you $100, but I'm going to give you $100 worth of love, or like at least a pep. Like, suck it up, and then slap them in the back, or have something. It's not worth that momentary terribleness. That momentary terribleness is not worth your day. You do not give it power. Like, giving something like that agency over the rest of your day, or even your life or your week, that's just not worth it. It's only $100. I like how he chose the $100 out of like 30,000, because you have to have perspective. That small little blip in that day is like a small portion of your day. So the rest of the day, you could have lost $100 only to discover a winning lottery ticket. You just never know. You just don't know, right? You could have lost $100, and because of the consequence of that $100, you made an effort to generate 1,000 more. That's kind of like language learning, and I'll use language learning as the basis. You make a mistake only to improve from it, right? Sometimes when you don't ever make a mistake, which most people feel is ideal, you actually have gaps in your knowledge. This is not a like, oh, I'm special kind of thing. This is a human condition. As in, if you don't make mistakes, you don't know how to improve from them. So if you don't ever make mistakes, and when that happens, you'll realize you have gaps in knowledge that you're not aware of. But there's a lot of back and forth. Obviously, it's not that simplified, but there are lots of ways to think about, you're still alive, you're probably gonna get stronger, let's do this. Unless you're really old, Because if you're old and you're awesome already most of your life, honestly, everything just bounces off you anyway. I want to be this type of old. You know, I in another let's say in another 20 or 30 years, I want to be this type of old. We're like, you know what? I'm even over that. I'm beyond that. Like it could storm and there's a tornado outside and the world could be ending, and I'm like, let's just vibe. But I'm not that old yet, so we haven't gotten to that stage in life. We'll wait on that one. Sometimes small things can ruin your whole day. Yeah, it's just not worth. I think anyone who feels that way needs someone around them to tell them that it's not worth that small little thing ruining basically the vast majority of potential of the others, of the rest of the day, or anything in general. Yeah, like one wrinkle in your hobby makes you not like the hobby anymore. That sucks. I've seen that before. Like, oh yeah, I can't love this anymore because I can't be the best. Or somehow they determine that they can't be the best by going along with the criteria of something. So they immediately abandon something that they love. And it could be the thing that they only love. I've met enough younger kids these days where they want to be the best in the thing they love. They devoted everything to it. And in the moment they discovered that you can't be the best, they fell out of love with it, only to find out they have nothing else they love. So then they enter, this is very real, and then they enter a cycle of self-loathing while still engaging in the thing that they love, but they never worked on anything else, like no other opportunities. So they would continuously go back and forth, like, oh, I hate this game, and then they quit, right? They quit, and then they come back to it and they relive that over and over again, the constant reminder that they love this thing. And that's the form of the love-hate relationship, right? Love-hate relationship with yourself. And what's so terrifyingly sad about that is that everyone around them will get pushed away. And that's kind of the scariest moments. So genuinely, I hope all those type of people have someone who would push back. Like they would push and end that cycle. You know, find something else to love. Find more than one thing. Turn your negative things into positive. It's such a common, it's far more common than I would like to know, like to hear these days. From young ones. Sometimes not even that much younger than me. I would say I met people my age who have a love-hate relationship with their work, and that is very real, but they know how to deal with it. So dealing with it, that doesn't mean people can't deal with it. They can obviously deal with these. My concern is when they can't, when they eventually run themselves dry or not. I've seen some people have love-hate relationships that are really great because the hate drives them, I suppose. Let's not talk about that's kind of a very thin ice kind of situation. The sun is in front of the, wait, did we just not do this? Did we already do this?
儿子
在儿子在爸爸的
前面
All right, we're refocusing now. Less yap, more focus. Although it's only 4 lessons. Okay. Let's see, who's in front of your mother? Okay. 谁的？
谁？
谁在？谁在妈妈的 Oh, now it's your. Oh no. Do we need the? Oh my gosh. Need the. need the. Okay. Okay. Fair enough. 谁在你的妈妈的
前面。
前面 Okay. We're fine. We're fine.
路。
路. Oh, that's way, right? Way. 路. 路.
路。后。
Oh. We already had 后.
后。
Oh. It's probably because different meaning. Slightly different meaning. Or slightly usage. Oh, hey. What was this again? 笑. Where did I use this? Oh, I don't quite remember where did I use this. 笑. 路. Blue.
左。前。
Yeah. 叫. Oh.
后。
Oh.
笑。
Oh, no, it's not. I haven't used this. Just kidding. Oh, maybe not. 笑. No, I don't think I've used this. 笑.
后。
Oh.
笑.
路.
左。
左. Whoops. 左. Okay. 左.
旁。校。
School. Oh, 学校. 学校.
学校，
学校.
你认识路吗？
你认识路吗? Okay. Do you know the way? Oh my gosh. I'm such a boomer. Oh, actually, I think that's a Gen Z. That's a Gen Z humor, right? Know the way? 你认识路吗? 认识. Just making sure I know all the opinion for the older character. 你认识路吗? Okay.
我们不认识路。
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 Still fine? Who is still fine?
我们不认识路。
我们不认识路。
谁在我的后面？
谁在我的后面？ Who is to me behind? Who is behind me? Who is to behind me? Gosh. Oh no. Okay. Who's behind me? 谁在我的后面？谁在我的后面？
你认识到医院的路吗？
Oh, wait. I didn't get that one. Oh. 你认识到医院的路吗? Oh, to or like get to, on the way to, like to
到
the, yeah, get to, yeah, 到。你认识 oh that's a made 你认识到医院的路吗 made do you oh how do do you know, yeah sure, do you know the way to get to the hospital? Okay, all right, actually, is there another way to phrase this? Do you know the no, this is fine. 你认识到医院的路吗？医院的路吗？ Okay, I think this is fine.
到你的学校怎么走？
到你的 oh no, why would you do this? 到你的学校怎么找 oh no. Okay, all right,
吗
fine. How does one go? Yeah, that's a good one.
吗
Yeah, 怎么找 so 学校 and then 怎么找 okay. 到你的 oh man, that's a grammar point. Or 到 it looks like it's the same character too. 到你的学校怎么找 okay, so how do you 怎么找 how do we oh 你 how do I yeah wait yeah how do we get to your school? Yes, 你的学校到你的学校怎么教 oh my gosh
到你的学校怎么走？
走 whoops 走到你的学校怎么走 okay, yeah 怎么走 how do and then implicit I, right? Implicit I, because it's a question. How do I get? And then 你的学校 Dao, man, putting Dao in the front. Yeah. So 到你的学校. So what is making this a little bit implicit is I. And then this is the interrogative, which is usually at the end, right? So this is still fine. And then it's to your school. To your school, right? To your school, how to go, how to get, or how to go. Right. It's fine. It's pretty okay. How do I get to your school? Where was Dao in the last one? The last one was still the same position. Yeah.
到中国饭馆怎么走？
到中国
到中国饭馆怎么走？
饭馆怎么走？ Yeah. 到中国饭馆怎么走？ Sorry, a little bit stuffy. No, 谁在我的后面，yeah， 谁在我的后面 Okay, we just went over this, right? 到你的学校怎么走 Okay, now I gotta find 到你的学校怎么走 Neato. Very neat. Incredibly neat. Wang. Oh, it's the other one. Okay. Wang.
Li.
Oh no. Okay. That's fine. Where was his radical in? Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay.
Wang. 左
路
后里
Kind of interesting how they teach Li as the third tone. I thought that was exclusive to Taiwan. Li, the standalone. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good point. Someone made a point about the regional thing. So there is a lot of Taiwanisms in the region. There are regional tones. Yeah. They stuck with Li for this one. Yeah, Li. Yeah, where or like a state of location, Li. Position.
Li.
At least that's going to be where I think. 往前面走 Oh, it all makes sense now. 往前面走往前面走 This is where that stuff walk towards the front. Picture to learn it that way, though, I guess, because that at least Taiwanese people would understand. Definitely interesting that they choose to do that, though. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up doing both at some point. Because so far, there are expressions that are done in 2 regions so far. So, it is interesting that they go. Oh, and you'll probably notice that there are like some tone shifts in certain words as well. Like what I mean is between the samples, there will be some tone shift of the word. And I don't know if it's because they trained the synthetic voice on 2 different things or not. So that's kind of something to take consideration for, right? Seems they want to teach all around speech or something, unsure. Yeah. So one of the goals, I think, so like for example here, does it make more reasonable sense? Like we're going to use logic here to infer something. Let's deduce something. So when we think about regional training, like how you train a person's speech and stuff, oftentimes when we think about a region, a lot of people like it to be consistent, as in like consistent in the sense of everyone speaks the same, everyone sounds the same, etc., right? So here we're looking at Duolingo and we're thinking, okay, so they have a synthetic voice, right? And those synthetic voice are trained on language models, probably trained on language models that have access to the entire breadth of the data set. However, they didn't do that. They actually ended up doing multiple caricatures and having different data sets for different synthetic voices with different collections of pitch and personalities, right? So whether it's janky or not, right? The idea is they actually went for the idea that they're going to collectively just do a more nebulous collection of sounds and stuff. And what are the trade-offs for that? Well, one trade-off is it might be a little confusing and people might not think which one's the right one, which one's the wrong one. But here's the pro, and it's one of my personal pros. If you're imitating several different resources, if you're imitating, even if they're not natural, even if the combination of the stuff is not natural, if you're imitating and outputting a lot of the different sounds, when time comes to adopt a sound, right? Like you're gonna go out and immerse and stuff, and you're adopting, you have practiced many different sounds, and you have heard many different things. You've gotten used to hearing those many. Even if it's 8 is still more than 1. I don't know, actually, I don't know how many voice samples this has. In Japanese, there are 8 or 9. In this one, I think there might be like 5. I feel like there might be 5 or something. And I think in the long run, I wouldn't be surprised to build their brand, right? Their cast of characters will continue to expand. And then it will give them the opportunity to integrate and train more language models, more synthetic voice. And in the end of the day, that's kind of what you want in a way. It's close enough to whatever the midpoint is, the gold standard is, but also flexible and varied enough. I know I'm making an excuse for perfection. I don't know what that even sounds like, but I can tell you that if I spoke Mandarin, no matter how long I'm going to speak it, since I also speak other languages, it's going to be something not standardized to a monolingual person's like perfection idealism, right? So to me, I think you might as well rip off the band-aid and get used to the idea that not everyone sounds the same and not every synthetic voice also sounds the same, if you know what I mean. Not that it couldn't be like less janky or it can be more refined and all. The idea is much like my earlier comment about Chinglish and stuff. Being flexible means that later down the road, it takes less time to adjust. Being flexible and knowing that you can speak and engage in conversation without knowing the perfect way of saying it is, in my opinion, the natural state of someone who speaks more than one language. And ultimately, whether you end up adopting and get closer to a standard, you also have your own unique personality in the way you speak. Because my Mandarin there's no way around it, and I don't want to do it as well. I don't want to spend the rest of my life training like I don't speak Fujianese or training like I don't speak English. I know to other people, that's their goal. They want to, sound like they can fool someone and like not know where they're from. It's a personal pride, and I totally get that reach for perfection. Like, oh, I fooled you, didn't I? Like, you can't tell me difference from a native. It's like, that's great. Honestly, this is only a conflict of interest. I'm not saying your way, that their way is better than my way, etc. I don't want that. I actually kind of like it when someone says, oh, I like the way your Japanese sounds, and I know that it's not the way I sound. However, I still think it's very pleasant and respectful, and I like it the way it is. I'm like, thank you. I also love the way you sound. And that's why I want to sound like this. But if I can try to imitate you and be like you, but at the same time, I hope it's okay that I sound slightly different because I want to actually show that I'm different, not exactly the same. I have no goals of trying to. It's kind of like this is kind of like my Chinese culture coming out. I don't want to pretend something that I'm not. I really don't. Like, I don't want to live in a way that I'm like, oh, so I have to be both a real Chinese person and a real American, whatever that means, right? But I'm a combination of them. So it's a conflict of interest. It's definitely a conflict of interest. I can see that, for example, like when I can tell English isn't someone's native language and it's close to perfect, but they still have that unique flavor that, yes, dude, if you put me in front of someone who has an Irish accent or any form of Irish accent, I'd be like, teach me how to sound like you, because I want some of that in my English right now. Kind of like the Singapore English accent. I love the way it sounds, even if it's not, the standard, right? Yeah. Like for me, I would I would totally want to occasionally talking about Irish. Oh, hello there, Cozy. Oh yeah, Cozy is Irish. What great timing. Yeah. So that's kind of what I am. And it might be because I'm English speaker too, right? It's also maybe because I'm an American, and I don't want to sound disrespectful to those who like want to keep their purity and like the rigidness of their culture alive. Absolutely. I think the world is big enough for more than one perspective on that. Potatoes. Okay. 往前面走。
往前面走。
Oh my gosh, that's kind of weird. 往前面走。I can see why that sounds really weird. 往前面走。Okay. Now we're putting the direction first. It almost feels like forward march. Forward march. 往前面走. Okay. That might take a little getting used to, actually.
请往右边走。
请
往右边。请往右边走。
请往右边走。
走。
Was quoting a Jack Skeptic Eye meme from a really long time ago. I see. We don't say top of the morning to ya, by the way. Yo, what? Yo, what? Top of the morning to ya. Well, I'm gonna say top of the morning to ya. I don't think I've ever broke that out. I don't have like a good example. I haven't used Duolingo on a browser for a while. Do they have hearts on the web version too? Yes, they do. Right up here. I was told that feature was removed for a while. Or like the heart thing, like adding hearts was like a little bit before I started using Duolingo. So I haven't ever used the browser version where there wasn't hearts. Yeah, I remember Skeptic Eye's Minecraft video and stream. I see. Oh, so you're also familiar with what you call it? I was gonna make like a Chinese American comment and say like well Chinese people don't say we so sorry, and I thought thought about it and I'm like, no, they definitely do. Or my parents do. when they drop helping verbs in English. Totally drop helping verbs in English. Like, we are so sorry. Definitely drop. If you drop helping verbs, you probably capture the spirit of the accent, and you might even call it a dialect. But the we so sorry. Yeah. Or like dropping prepositions too. Like, we go store instead of we go to the store. Yeah, like, so you drop everything that you don't translate, basically. Like, which is really funny here because we were just talking about the opposite, where we listen to the Mandarin and then we translate it and we like drop all the excess words, and that's basically how my parents speak all the time. You drop all the words that in English you don't need, like you don't need in Mandarin. Interesting. When I start French later this year, I'll go web. I tried doing Arabic Duolingo, but didn't think it was that good. I haven't heard much. Like, I think the consensus are it's not. Philistine. I haven't done it myself, but I think the occasional person who says they started Arabic and then I just happen to be using Duolingo, they have mentioned that. I think the vast majority of people agree. A good thing it was quite an experience, right? Duolingo still isn't as good as it was back in 2020 in your opinion, but it's much better this year than the past 2 years for sure. Okay, fair enough.
请往右边走。
请往右边走。
请往左边走。
请往左边走。往 Oh my 走。Oh no.
请往左边走。
左边走。Oh no, why would you do? Yeah, okay, it's fine. 左边走. It's fine. It's fine. Man, reading that stuff is going to be tough for some people, actually. Now that I think about it. Pinyin, reading that like jammed together can be a little bit annoying. Anyways, it's kind of like a nomaji recurrence at this point. Please walk to the left. Please walk left. Forwards to the left. Side. Ugh. Anything that gets you learning is good, in my opinion. Absolutely. 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 请 was it always tone 3? Huh. 请往左边走。
请往左边走。
请往左边走。That's a lot of threes. 3 3 3 1 3. 请往左边走。错。
请往左边走。
左边走。
你在哪里？
Naughty. Okay, this is our review. Naughty. They're bringing back the naughty. 你在哪里? This is a kind of a repeat, actually. 你在哪里?
他不在这里。
他不在这里。
我们住在那里。
我们住在那里。那里。Yeah, so they're reviewing all the positional phrases. And this time there's also tone shifts. So naughty, not naughty. Right. 那里 we're there 我们住在那里 we live there right there point off into the distance right
他的儿子在那里。他的儿子在那里。他的儿子
在哪里？那里。他的儿子在那里。Okay, these are fine. This is review.
你的家在哪里？
你的家在哪里？ Okay, these are.
我们的学校在哪里？
Okay, 我们的学校在哪里？ Fair enough.
这里是你的家吗？
这里是的家吗？是你的家吗？这里是你的家吗？ It's really funny in English, but it's not so it's so normal in Chinese, at least in my opinion. Like a lot of times people will say like wait. If I was in the context of things, would I ever say this? And it's like, well, yeah, kind of. Oh, you have an Irish friend here. Is this your home? 这是你的
这里
是你的家
的家
吗？ Wait,
你
I missed the你. Let me slide it in.
的家
Okay, that might have been taken out of context.
吗？
这里是你的家吗? Is that what they're going for? Interesting. That's a grammar point. 这里 because this demonstrative is not good enough. There's not enough specification. Yeah, it's not specific enough. They're referring to this position, this place. 这里是你的家吗? Is this place your home? Sorry, I'm just eavesdropping as a third wheel reading the conversation. Carry on, folks. We live there.
我们
我们住在 well
住
Are they really going there too? 住在
那里
Okay, yeah. They are going there too. This is a grammar
在
point as well. 住在
在那里那里
在 is what I would typically use as well in order to further indicate location or existence. Interesting. In a very big immersion program. 我们住在那里 Alright. Oh, we already yapped away 3 hours. Sorry. Okay.
Zuo.
Hang on. Yo. Okay. Okay. Worth. Worth. Another American. Or another person who resides in the United States. Tickets aren't cheap from here to there. What is it like? What are the tickets like? I mean, even you know, the airplane thing is in a slump, right? But tickets still aren't cheap to get there, huh? Flights both ways is bad.
钱
Yeah. 钱 钱
里
路
往后
I see. Oh.
右旁
Whoops. 旁
边
边 I got 旁 and 边 旁
左
左
前 后
朋友在他们的右边。
朋友在他们的右边。他们的右边。Yo. A little over 1K if you book over a month ahead. Then you have the price of things in the United States. Pricey, I can understand. I wouldn't pay that for a weekend, 2 weeks. Speaking of a ticket, a flight from US to China is like 2,000 one way or both ways? Oh, and the 1K, is that one way or both ways? Guessing it's both? Expensive. A round trip? Interesting. I heard my mother talk about plane tickets costs over the years. Bien.
边
请问洗手间在这里吗？
请问洗手间在这里吗？ There a good season to buy tickets to China? That's a good question. That's a very good question.
我们住在那里。
我们住在那里？那里？我们哦，那里？
我们住在那里。
那里？那哪里？我们
住在那里。
他也不在那里。
他也不在那里。I can see the naughty versus naughty being a butt to people. 他也 他也不在那里。It's not there either. English thoughts. English thoughts.
你的家在哪里？
你的家在哪里？
你的家在哪里
？Question this time.
他们的家在医院的左边吗？
他们的家在医院的左边吗？左边。Okay. Funny, Ireland, China have been your 2 dream journeys? Oh my gosh, what a coincidence. Having the opinion, I think that's what it's called, about the character is sick. I see. We do it on our first lesson set. So today is our first lesson set of the unit. Then we turn it off. So you gotta milk it for what it is right now. I'm learning pinyin. That's probably why. Like I'm learning Hanzi and pinyin at the same time. Some people might be like, oh, you don't have to learn pinyin if you know Hanzi. It's like, yeah, that's fine. But I have other things to use pinyin for. It's the same with Romaji. Romaji, and still learning all the hiragana, how to write the hiragana reads for the kanji. I have other uses in the future. Having did you? I always have opinion on because the time that I have it off is when I'm on. Oh, okay. On the little red book, and whatnot. Yeah. I keep them separate too. So, think I like to compartmentalize. So not compartmentalize, but I like to sometimes do them on, sometimes do them off, sometimes do them neither. Then I do like when I write the Hanzi, I'm thinking of the pinyin, and when I think of the pinyin, I'm thinking of the Hanzi. So here and there, like for example, when I watch movies and stuff, you wouldn't know what type of subtitles I would go. Some days I feel like watching whatever native subtitles they have or whatever audio they have. It's nice to kind of go back and forth, not really start feeling like you're beyond something. It's nice because it's also useful whenever the situation presents it. So like if someone wants to ask me like, oh, what did you learn? It's like and then it's like, well, how would I start? And then something like that. It gives you a lot of tools to be able to help, or it gives you a lot of tools to be able to interact with people, as opposed to selectively sticking to one thing. These are better than that kind of thing.
学校在我们的家的后面。学校在我们的家的后面。在
我的 I guess 我们的家后面。
前面后面的
too many does. Oh my gosh.
电视的后面。
对。
学校在我们的家的后面。
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 So many does. Your original plan after getting decent at Arabic was to start Mandarin or Japanese, but I have friends who learned French to a decent level after years, so that's the new language goal. My goal is to spend my life learning 4 or 5 languages, then die. That sounds pretty reasonable. Dying a polyglot is a good way to go out, exactly the way I would. All right, you little rascals. I don't know how old you guys are, but you need to simmer down, you kiddos. All right. Let's put your eyeballs back on the journey in front of you. All right, and not be like already mapping out, already confidently mapping out your path.
学校在我们的家的后面。
Kids these days are so confident. All right, how many we got? Oh, that's not too bad. We only have 10 new characters. That's reasonable. Usually it's around 15 new characters. But 10 characters. I'll take it.
右边。右边。
右边。右边。右边。
右边。
右边。右边。Interesting. It no longer has the
右边
It's not tone 1. It's just neutral.
右边
右边.
右边
It's not 右边.
右边。
It's not 右边. 右边. It's 右边.
右边
右边. Okay.
右边。右边。右边。
右边
右边.
右边右边
右边。
Get more with super.
Not right now. We're fine. Creaky voice? Oh no, that's because my voice is giving out for the day.
前面。
前面.前面. 前面.
前面。前面。
I don't really use Twitch, but I got your channel randomly. Oh, yeah. That has happened before.
前面
Nice.
前面
面前
前面
前
前面。
前面
前面。前面。前面。
I totally missed that.
前面前面
前面。
前. Eh? Alright. Make sure I drink water? I do. Doesn't quite help with this particular. I still try to. Okay.
右边
右边.右边.
右边
右边。
右边
右边.
右边。右边。右边。
边
右边
边
右边
右边边右
右边。
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 That's high. Hmm. Okay.
旁边。
旁边. And then now this has a 1 on it. 旁边.
右边。
Interesting.
旁边。
And 旁
右边。
is
旁边。右边。
左边，右边，
interesting.
旁边，
旁边。
旁边，
Hanyu moment. Yeah.
左边。右边。
左边 is also slightly different.
Get more.
Okay.
旁边。
旁边. Right. So 2, 2, 1. Interesting. 旁边.
旁边，
It's this one. It's this radical. Ugh.
旁边。
This radical is sorry. The detached bracket
旁边，
ever since man
旁边，
ever since man
旁边，
in Japanese. Man.
旁边。旁边。
This one where you like detach the bracket.
旁边。
It's also this bottom here is the radical for man in Japanese for 10,000.
旁边，
I'm like, ugh.
旁边。
旁边，
Oops. Wrong.
旁边，
Wrong thing I was thinking.
旁边，
Stop. Why?
旁边。
Why? Oops. It's also one. Oh yeah, for 10,000, yeah. Uh, 去年旁边
旁边。
去年
去年。
去年，
Oh, that's 4. I thought it was 2. 去年旁边
明年。去年。香港。旁边。下。 So like, how does the process of learning Hanzi compare to learning languages that use alphabet systems? For me, it's the same. Only just a lot more characters. For Hanzi. Not for Japanese though. Japanese is kind of a mixed bag. The kana is kind of like the alphabet. But the kanji is something else.
去年，
去年
旁边，
去年。
For myself personally, obviously.
去年。
去年
去年
I simultaneously learned Hanzi and Pinyin, so either of them are exactly like the alphabet system. For me, how I approach it, anyway.
今年
今年
去年旁边
I don't like I wouldn't say I don't want to like go into a really long like detail right now, but ultimately I adapted and expanded the way I make associations with sound, listening, and writing. That just imagine the alphabet system, only how do you expand how your knowledge works with the alphabet system? So I expanded from there. And I think the way I'm going about it can accommodate at least the 2,000 characters that I would like to be familiar with by like 3 or 4 years, probably. Something like that. Learn Pinyin with Hanzi, listen to Chinese content, it should all come naturally. Chinese surprisingly is as difficult as the main, because the grammar is extremely easy. Learn with Pinyin, then slowly try and remove it. I've heard about similar grammar, which gives me hope. It is a great place. Yeah, it's a comfort place.
每年
Yeah. So
左边
So for me, I don't Pinyin. I'm acquiring Pinyin as opposed to removing it. So it's one and the same. It's one and the same.
旁边
旁边Okay.
今年旁边去年号右边
We're not sure. I'm not sure if that's neutral or not. She says it like it's one, but 右边去年
年
上旁边这儿
几号
去年
Okay. 前面 Oh no.
前面
Oh yeah, it's like 前 Gotta think of 现在现在
前面
前面Okay. 前面
前面
Arabic. Okay, Arabic. Difficult. Roger Dodger.
前面
前
前面
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 服务员
服务员 Alright. Oh, because it has the right radical.
旁边
Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
旁边
服务员
服务员，
服务员，
服务
旁边，
旁边
旁边，
老
老师的，
的老师的
右边，真的吗？服务员，旁边，
旁边，
服务员，服务员，
I want Duo to teach hieroglyphics. Okay.
旁边，服务员，
再一次，
图书馆，
右
边，
右边，
服务员，
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 右边，
右边，右边，
一点儿，旁边，
星期六，
服务员，
服务员，
旁边，
左边，
左边，左边，
左边，
Whoa,
左边，
you need to calm down.
左边，
左边，
That almost sound Fujianese actually.
左边，
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 左边，左边，
左边，
I heard it. The
左边，
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 右边，右边，右边，
右边，
右边，
右边，右边，右边，
右边，右边，
右边，
右边。
Introducing the
旁边，
左边，左边，
左边，
Don't dare me. 左边，
左边，
边，
旁边，
旁边，
左边，
边，
左边，
边，
左边，左边，
左边，
边，边，
右边，
边。
旁边，
旁边，旁边，
旁边，
旁边，旁边，旁边，
旁边，
旁边，
旁边，旁边，旁边。
Oh, man, I need to stop forgetting that one.
旁边。
每年。左边，左边，
左边，
左边。It's shortened, right?
每年，
每年，左边，
右边，
每年一次。
哦，
昨天。
Interesting. 昨天 Oh yeah. And
左边。
每年。
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
每
年。
年。
The two of those.
左边。
每年。
每年。
每年。每年。
旁边。今年。
每天。
左边。
左边。
It's just you.
左边。
I hear it. I hear it.
左边。
一次。
中午。
每年。
每年。
右边。
右边。右。每年。
星期。左边。
左边。
上午。
上午。
每年。
前面。
Now, we can go for the next 30 minutes. Nice. 前面。Alright, 前面。
前面，
前面。
女朋友。
Which one? 朋友。
左边。
Okay. I can see that. Sharing a radical.
左
边。
边。
女
朋友。
朋友。
朋友，
左边，
左边。
有
Whoops.
有左
That's exactly what they were
边
going for. Yeah.
左边
边。有名。
哪里？
男朋友。
还没有。
左边
边。左。
朋友，
朋友。
朋友，
左边。
朋友。
朋友。
左边。
女朋友。
右边。
右边。
有一点。
男朋友。
有一点。
有一点。
朋友。
朋友。
右边。
右边。
左边。
左边。
女朋友。
女朋友。男朋友。
男
左边。
左。Take care, Philistine. Take care. Good luck with everything. Hopefully you find what works for you. Let's see. 左边。
左边。
左边。左边。
左边。
左边，
左。
左边，
左。
左边，
左边。左边。左边。左边。
左边，
左。右边。
右边。
右边。右边。
右边。
右边，
右。
右边。
右。
右边，
右边，
右。
右边，
右边。右边。
右。
右边。
Introducing
左边。
旁边。
周末跑步右边。
右
旁边，
Just clicked on everything.
左边。
边。边。
左边。
旁边，
边。
旁边。
右边，
右边，
旁边。
边。边。右边。前面。前面。
前面，
右边。右边。
前面。
右边，
右边。右边。
香港，左边，前面，旁边，
右边，右边，
前面，
前面。
右边，右边，
右边。
右边，伦敦，香港，右边， 前面，这儿，
前面，前面，
前面，
前面，
对，
伦敦，台湾，
台湾，
前面，右边，纽约，
右
边，
香港，
香港，
纽约，
纽约，
前面，
前面，
旁边，
旁边，
右边，
右边，右边，
右边，
旁边，
旁边，
右边，
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 旁边，
前面，旁边，
右边，
右边，右边，
右
边，
旁边，
旁边，
旁边，左边，
左边，
右边，这儿，前面，
旁边，
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 上午，
上午，
手机，
手机，
右边，
每个，
右边，
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 I'm still in that.
纽约，右边，这儿，香港，旁边，
旁边，
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 不是，
旁边，
旁边，
右边，
右边，
鱼，平，
旁边，
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 sounds like punk.
旁边，旁边，
This character is a punk.
旁边，
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 Ugh.
旁边，旁边，
Oh gosh.
旁边，
Intro.
现在，
在
左边，
左，左，左边，左，左边，不在，or yeah.
不在，不在，
在
左边，
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 现在，朋友，左边，右边，
不在，
左边，不在，不
在，
在，
左边，
现在，左边， 有名。右边。
没有。
不在。
在。
还没有。
还没有。
男朋友。
男朋友。
现在。
现在。
在。
在。
左边。
左边。不在。
不，左边。
Oops. I kind of missed that stroke completely.
前面。
前面。You gotta stop saying 前。前面。前面。
前面。
前。前。
前面。
前。
前面。
前。
前面。前面。
前面。前面。前面。
前面。
左边。
左边。左边。
左边。左边。左边。
左边。
边。
左边。左边。左边。
左。
左边。
左。对。面。
面。
面。
前面。
前面。面。对。
前面。面。慢。明。
一次。
前
面。前面。
面。
面。面。
面。前面。
面。
前面。可爱。面。往。下。
右边。旁边。旁边。旁边。
左边。左边。
边。
右边。
边。
旁边。旁边。旁边。
旁边。
边。
右边。
边。边。边。边。边。边。边。
右边。
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 右。右边。
右边。右边。右边。
右边。右边。
右边。右边。
左边。
左边。
有。左。
左边。
边。
右
边。
边。
右边。
右。
左边。
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 没有。
没有。
左边。右边。有名。朋友。
左边。 右边，
右边。
右边，
现在，左边，
左边，
左边，有名，右边，
不在，没有，
右边，
没有，
没有，
右边，
右边，
不在，
在，
有名，
有名，
左边，
现不在，右边，
右
左边，
左
Get more with
旁边，
旁边，
旁
旁边，
旁旁边 ，oops，
旁边，
哎，
旁边，
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 旁边，旁边，
边
旁边，
边边
旁边，
边边，对，
前面，
前面，前面，前面，
前面，
前面，
边，
前面，
前面，前面，前面，
前面，前面，
前面，
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 右边，左，左，左，左边，
左边，
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 左边，左边，左边，
左边，左边，左边，
左边，
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 左边，左边，左边，
男朋友，
有，
右边，
右，右边，
右边，女朋友，朋友，
右，
右边，
右边，右边，
右边，
不在，
在，
现在，
没有，
朋友，右边，
右边，
右
女
边，
朋友，
女
女
朋友，
朋友，
哎，右边，
右边，
左边， 朋友，
不在，没有，
右边，
朋友，
女朋友，
女朋友，
左边，
左边 ，oops，
左边，在，
在，
右边，
右边
有，
有，男朋友，
右边，
右边，
左边，
左边，左边，旁边，
左边，右边，
边，边，
左边，
边，
左边，
边，
左边，
边，
右边，
边，
旁边，
旁边，
右边，
边，
左边，
边，边，边，
有一点，
有一点，有，
右边，
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 有一点，
有，右边，右边，
不在，没有，
右边，
边，
有名，朋友，
右边，
啊，这右
有名，
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 哎，右边
右边，
有一点，
有一点，
左边，
左边，
右边，
24， 24， 20， 24， 24，
男朋友，
没有，
it's both. It's both. They don't teach only one. They teach both.
朋友，
朋友. They put 右一点 here because 右 is in 右一点. So 右 is overlapped with 右. So they're including, in the exercises, they're including all the overlap words. Yeah. So it's to make it so that you don't confuse them. So they have all instances for yo, or anything you can confuse things with. So that's kind of what they're doing there. In this section, in the Hanzi section.
朋友，
朋友, see, like, so this is yo neutral, 朋友.
右边，
And then 右边, that's 4.
左边，
And 左边, this is to overlap with 边 instead. So 左边,
不在，
不在. Actually, 不在 is probably included because of the strokes. Yeah, it's because of the strokes. And then 没有.
没有，
And 有 is tone 3, right? For the same one. So we have tone 3, tone 3, tone 4, tone 3, tone 4 in neutral of 有.
有，
右边，
有. Well, at least kanji is teaching you something about numbers. Excellent, excellent, Blair. Hello, welcome back. How's your nap? How's your rest? You didn't tell me what you had for dinner, though. Where?
旁边，
旁边，
旁
边，
旁边，
旁
旁边，旁边，
旁边，
旁边，
旁边，旁边。
I demand the dirty details about how delicious the dinner was. I just realized you sat here with you for the past 4 hours and you still haven't eaten. Yeah, I don't eat until after stream. So I eat a little bit before stream, and then I eat mostly after stream. I eat once, 1.5 times a day, I suppose. Yeah, I wake up at 1. Pork chops over rice with gravy. Oh, that sounds delicious. You just happened to text me. You happened to DM me when I was like done with my morning routine, like getting up and stuff. I'm like a noonday riser. I'm a noonday riser.
旁边，
旁边，
旁边。
Husband thought the rice was overcooked, so it was slightly sticky, but it was so good. Well, your husband clearly doesn't know what's sticky. No, I'm just kidding. References. Around 1 p.m. is when you get up to. Oh, okay. So by coincidence, it was around the same time. Yeah. So now we know. Yeah. So I eat like 3 hours before going to bed. Yeah, I eat about 3 hours before going to bed, which is 8 hours before I rise. Someone actually, there's a few people that jokingly ask me if I even sleep, because I do a lot of things, but generally speaking, yeah, I'm pretty healthy. Or like healthy in the sense that I do get 8 hours of sleep, and I do eat before, like 3 hours before I go to bed, at least 3 hours. You start streaming like 4 p.m., so that's why I'm always eating dinner. Yeah. And I always get to hear about your dinner. Listen, fictitious, I'm gonna need you to settle down. Someone did make a comment yesterday. Someone said like, it was along the lines. I responded as politely as I can. They thought that I was still working in academia while doing this stuff, and then they said like, "Are you a superhero or something, or do you even sleep?" And I'm like, well, the short answer is no. The short answer is no, I'm not a superhero, or I do need sleep, and I don't work in academia anymore. It would be really wonderful in some sort of wonderful world to still work in academia and be able to do this kind of thing. That's just recipe for disaster. I also put in a bit about why I'm not working in academia anymore. However, that doesn't mean I wouldn't be open to going back to academia. And also, the very joke is the reason why I stopped working in academia. I set the sentiment about I was basically a candle. Just imagine this. I was a candle being burned at two ends, shoved into an incineration tank, loaded onto a shuttle, heading for the sun. That's how fast I was burning. So, yeah, the irony here is I basically did opposite of that. I actually learned to get more sleep and learned that I'm not a superhero, or I don't want to be a superhero anymore. And that's all part of getting old. I still obviously don't regret anything. I loved when I was young. working on 3 to 4 hours of sleep, juggling like 3 positions while still making time for gaming and all that. I loved when I was like, it would be fun to relive my youth, but nowadays it's like different perspective, right? All part of growing up, getting older, wiser every day. I need to plan for the 5 days of food, so plenty of food planning. Oh, okay. That schedule of streaming would be insane. Yeah, it would be. That is absurd. So, I thought it would be really cool if I didn't disappoint them, but no. In the long run, I think most people in the content creation space are very much still need human needs, if you know what I mean. As extraordinary as someone may seem, they still love having compassion, love, rest, and time to themselves. So stars also require some rest, I suppose. If you consider yourself a star, right? Otherwise you'll burn out. Although that analogy kind of falls apart because stars are effectively burning out. And I was going to go with burning at both ends was a lot. Then you said incinerator, but to your credit, if I could take a class by you, I would definitely enjoy it. Oh, well, thank you. Very kind word. I really did love, like, I think the key word I said in my response was that I still to this day continue to believe a career in academia is a career of a lifetime. Like, if you are able to find a flexibility of being in academia, I feel that is one of the most rewarding careers to be had. You garner, like, if you do it well, like if you're able to balance your life stuff, even raise a family while doing it, that is incredible. You are effectively a superhero. Not only do you have to take care or have the compassion enough to raise a family and do all that stuff at the same time, you are effectively also constantly responsible for molding minds, right? That little like elegant romantic depiction is something that I have in my head all the time. Not that I'm saying it's the reality, but if someone ever wanted to see what I think being a person in academia is like, I still have my dreams, idealism, but they're often grounded in realistic sustainability. It would be pretty rad to be able to do both. You get to every year, every day you walk in, you get to quote unquote influence intellectual minds, right? Not this is, I'm using my words very, very carefully here. You get to influence intellectual mind. We're not talking about influencing people unintentionally, right? It's one of those rare places where people come to you with the expectation of being influenced and being like instructed. It's very entirely different from the scape of like content creation, where people determine your worth and your influence. They are there to decide whether you are worth it. It's a very different mindset, right? You walk in a classroom, you're kind of already punched your tickets hoping to be inspired, instructed. Meanwhile, as a content creator, you're at it's not the control is not from the content creators per se, like how you inspire and how you value, but in a way it has its poeticness too. And if you can do both, man, what a dream would that be, right? You get to spend half your life, you get to spend a part of your life having people coming to you for inspiration and help, and you do your best that you can, and then meanwhile you go out and have people inspire you in return while you're just doing your thing. I think that's what content creation is beautiful. It's kind of a flip side of the coin. You are not only at the mercy of everyone who sees your content, but they themselves, you are open to generosity offered by anyone. And at the same time, you offer generosity. And that magic happens there too. It can happen in the classroom, but less so these days. I often feel like I find myself saying the same things over and over to students. Yes, it's great to step into a classroom with an open mind and expecting to have your mind filled with all the information in a one-directional way. But the magic also still happens in the classroom, where the student genuinely challenges the instructor's ability, right? And then you create something new beyond that. Like every time I meet a university student nowadays, occasionally we meet university students while learning a language, it brings a smile that I could encourage them to challenge their professor, right? Engage with their professors, talk to them, because it's kind of like having a content creator, only for a semester or a quarter, you literally can go up to that person and farm their thoughts and wisdoms. That's my favorite part of academia. Like, not only do they farm me for advice, I also farm them for advice. Like, hey, okay, hear me out here. If I help you out here, right? You're helping. Tell me something. In your group of friends, like in class, what are they saying? Like, what parts of my curriculum or syllabus is it not so great? Like give me the download here, right? Like, I'll feed you something that you can take it back to your group, right? We'll meet in the middle here. Tell me something that I can do or change or maybe like integrate that would capture the attention of like your fellow classmates, you know? Like that's kind of the thing. Like you have this exchange and you're literally there, so everyone's there to grow, right? In content creation, you just don't know. It's not, sometimes it's, in fact I think most of the time, about one directional exchange often, right? Farm them for advice is such a funny visual. I use the word farm because it resonates with a lot of the current lingo of the internet, and it's kind of a funny thing to say. Like, here's one that I've been working on. Like, it just sounds like a boomer trying to be funny, but I'm trying to be funny ironically, not unironically. Just let me cook. But hey, if I have a good farm filled with produce, man, can I cook with that. But you know, if the plants aren't growing, the little sprouts aren't producing, man, my cooking is gonna be pretty terrible. So I need to cook with great ingredients, and I'm saying that those this analogy, I don't know even where this visual is going from, but all I can say is those sprouts, they can make a mean stew. And now this is just going in a weird direction, but I kind of like the phrase cook, like to cook in not the literal way, more the figurative. Monty Burns. What do you mean by Monty Burns, Cozy? My brain is just supplying Minecraft noises. Evil farming? Oh, okay. Welcome back, Pink. Yeah, so It's a mutual exchange. And every time I get a chance to talk to a student now, like a university student, that's usually where I go. Because oftentimes a student, so it's not on the professor to do so, but the student, it's difficult to expect a student the first time to be around someone who is instructing, to be comfortable enough to say like, oh yeah, you know what, if this class isn't offering anything, right, like not entertaining them or something, maybe you have a brilliant student who's bored, go do something that the class offers, right? What does the class offer that being at a university than being in like a content creator site? You have a person in front of you. And to me, you don't have to wait till like you're 30 or 40 to realize that the end boss, the quote unquote end boss to anyone's development in terms of ideas, is having access to the person who has those ideas or could help you with those ideas or collaborate and grow together with those ideas. So when you go into a classroom, yeah, get your classwork done and all that, and you know, memorize and use your rote memory strategies and stuff. But don't forget that honestly, and I said this multiple times to university students these days, and it's usually it's more like, oh, I haven't considered that, right? You're paying for the person. In the digital age, if you're going to university, the thing you're paying for is the person, not the content. The content itself may or may not be there. I mean, will like either be there, but the nature of the content that you need to remember will remain static for quite some time. The content itself might be repackaged by that person, but you literally have that person in front of you. So if you're not being engaged in a class, you have the source. If you're not being challenged by the class, you still have the source. If you disagree with the class, you also have the source. So it's one of those few things that you can't get readily in the digital age anymore. So oftentimes I like to point to them like, this is your opportunity. If you can resolve a conflict of interest with a professor, right? You don't like the class or something's wrong. If you learn to tackle those strategies or improve upon those strategies, heck, that is boss. That professor would love you and stuff. And then, you know, or you go beyond that class, or that professor even hires you. It's the person, right? Parasocial relationships are something that's predominant in the digital age. At a university setting, you literally have the opportunity to remove parasocial relationships as a crutch, interacting with the actual person. I should tell you a summary of my lore. That's such a funny word too. Man, speaking of farming, lore, huh? My lore? I was born in New York City to parents with tiger mom and a lax father, and they wanted me to become a doctor. So I spent the next 18 years figuring out if I could be a doctor, right? And then I left the nest. I applied to the college that was closest to me and most accessible because my parents did not know what college is like, and let alone English, right? So I went there, but the people there changed my life and geared me towards science, right? So after college, I went to join and work for the government for 2 to 3 years as a researcher, right? And then I used that to leap into a PhD program in biology at one of the top universities in the country. And then I spent the next 7 years completing a PhD program. And then the shuttle finally made it to the sun. So I was a candle burning at two ends, right, in an incinerator on a shuttle towards the sun. So we finally got to the sun, and then I burned into ashes, and somehow my ashes drifted back down to earth, and I was reborn anew. That's the lore. It has been like 4 years. It has been 4 years since I've done something really insane. So what I mean by that is lots of people say that this is a lot of work, right, and stuff, and I totally understand from a relative perspective, but often comparing yourself to another person can warp one's perspective. My life, like the first, I don't know, 34 years is nonstop work. Like there's no end to the work. Like, in fact, I actually look back, I remember this saying, I said this to myself before, when I was 28, I think it's around 28, 29, I talked to my advisor from my college, the 4-year college, like when I was 19 through 22. I told him honestly, like, I was lazy. I only did as much as I need to get that perfect grade. Like, I could have done so much more. So the advice that I'm talking about when I'm encouraging university students to get even closer, like, understand that you are paying for the people's wisdom, right? That content, you can farm the heck out of that content. And that was a period when the internet didn't have everything, right? The internet didn't have all that information and all that misinformation as well. It's a scary different time as a student. You have probably equally as many misinformation as information, but the information is there. What you're accruing in a university setting is how to use that information, right? How do you use the information? How do you know what information is useful to you? And that involves critical thinking and problem solving, which that wasn't as much of a demand during my younger years because that information wasn't so accessible, and also there weren't so much of it. So now in this day and age, the idea is if you have a person that's available to you, that is where the money is. Like, that's where the cost is. Nowadays, all the other stuff you can probably get in a certain manner of way without costing you a limb, and it is up to you to utilize that stuff. One thing that is absolutely priceless now in this digital age is other people. So when you guys were talking about like learning languages and whatnot, right, the end game is actually having other people, right? So, and you know what's really a little bit disheartening is that is the last thing a lot of younger people think they need. And then you get to a point where like you're 25, you hit a early midlife crisis or something, and then you hit 30 and you don't have a support system and you're spiraling in depression and loneliness. That stuff really is disheartening, right? So I don't want to see that. I want to see people invest in other people so that whatever they do is they can shine and burn out as bright as they want, as quickly as they want. If you have people around, they will help you. They will be able to catch you when you burn out, because I most certainly had people. I most certainly had people that picked me up when I burned and went supernova, right? It was... There's a reason why there are little nicks and crannies. I'm sure you guys can deduce that I can do this and I can do lots of other things the way I'm doing it without any social pressure is because I burned really, really hard. And that's before content creation was something you use to burn out. Nowadays, people burn out on content creation as opposed to whatever I was doing, which is basically to try to do everything. So in a long story short, to go back to that person's response, I really did when I was younger. I really thought that I was going to be a superhero. Like my role was to be a superhero, and that I didn't need any sleep at all. Like I actually legitimately, when I was younger, believed that I could power through like weeks on end with like in a sleep deprived state. It felt so natural. You know, usually I was like sleep every other day a lot of times. So, and that's how you abuse your youth back in the day. Not so much anymore. You started this out like a ya fantasy novel. Write this write this down. He's cooking. Advice is don't be lazy, kids. Yeah. And find someone you trust. I think younger kids need someone they trust, and that person hopefully doesn't betray their trust, or some people that they can trust find them, right? The luck part is having people find you in the long run, and I think that's what most kids who are isolated are hoping, that if they continue to work hard and do something, people will find them. And that's kind of okay if you're lucky. But on the internet, the exposure is so high that your chances are very low. So you want to also make strides to find people you can trust, right? That is developing critical thinking skills and communication skills. Sometimes people don't come to you. Sometimes you get lucky and you go to like a common interest group or something, and you might find someone, but you still have to find someone in that common interest group. Like you love this video game, you go to that video game convention, you still require at least some level of competency to communicate and develop who has those interests, even with the subset. And I find, in my opinion, on the long run, those skills have become very, very deficient because tools have removed the need to perform those communication skills. You are matched by YouTube algorithms. You are matched by algorithmic, like everything's automated. Like, oh, this person shares the same interests as you according to the algorithm. Here you are. Here are both of you occupying the same space, yet probably still have deficiencies in communication skills. Right. Don't expose me. Yeah, unfortunately, already at that point when I barely have any friends in just my 20s, yeah, like we'll use the United States as a kind of like a psychological paradigm. I don't have that much on statistical. I don't follow that much statistics, but as much as I remember about development in adult aging, your friend circle continues to climb up to a certain age, and then they begin to refine and become solidified in quality, right? It's not your 20s when you're receding to the point where you have like one significant other and like one estranged friend. Generally is often when you have an immediate family unit, right? Maybe two kids or three kids. That's largely when you maybe constitute to 2 or 3 friends. I have met wonderful, friendly kids. And when I mean kids, I mean like 20-year-olds. They're not actually like kids, like adults, young adults, that sometimes when they say to me, right, they say like, it's great that there's someone that understands me, or at least someone I can talk to. And my immediate thought was, if I am the only one that, like, if you're saying that to me, that is the most concerning thing I've ever heard. It's great to hear, like, I'm glad like this, I can do something. But if that person is really, if they truly mean that, that would mean that, imagine what the implications are, right? That means that, what about their parents? What about their brother? What about, like, what happened to their social network? Like, what happened to their social network? And even, like, the nice thing is, though, it might not be that way at first. Like, what I mean is, I've met some people who said the same thing, and I asked them, that can't be true, right? What about your sister? Like, you mentioned your brother before. I know you might have a disagreement with your mother. Like, is there any way you can connect with your parents? And then, like, hey, you know, you need to get a job, or you need some, what does your brother do? Maybe this is a moment you can, like, bond with your brother, collaborate with your brother, that kind of thing. Because I don't think a stranger you meet online, or like, it's great that you can maybe like form and develop and invest, but the first thing you hear, when, at least in my opinion, the first thing I personally do not want to hear is that this is the only genuine interaction you have. That is shockingly scary to me. That would mean that, what if I'm someone else? What if I'm anybody else? That is up for exploitation, right? Like, and I can't even imagine how common this is. Like, I don't even want to think about it, because I just, you know, focus on my little smaller world. But when I think bigger scape, I can't even imagine how suspicious an older person, a more experienced person, could take advantage of that situation. And that's kind of what I'm concerned. When younger adults do not have support systems, especially support systems that are consistent and allows one to, like, fall, stumble, deduce things in a relatively safety time of their life, then I can't even imagine what happens later on in their life. Like, it's like the saddest but sweetest thing I usually hear very often. You got one friend, and the other ones did bad stuff on me. I'm sorry to hear. MAKU, I was literally just thinking yesterday when I found your stream, in as much of a non-parasocial way. Yeah, your social network, I hope you find more, Pink. I hope you are able to have, like, people there and people you could interact with, like, on a more regular basis. My social network is largely online, so quite literally the stream I visit daily. And your husband? Well, you do have a significant other, Blair. And that is a winner. That one friend will text, call, go to my house whenever we have a catch up, or I'll feel like stuff he picks me up. Aw, that's great. I'm glad you have that one friend. Why not make it a special one? MAKU, as that exact person you're talking about, it really is as sad as you're describing it. I see. Well, let's change that, right? Let's change that. Slowly, one day at a time. Hopefully. Exactly, and I know I was probably worse than I was younger too. Yeah, and I feel a lot of other people in their 20s like me are going through the same. Yeah, and I personally, I'm not gonna call out anybody or something like that. Here's my encouragement to all those who are older, right? Who are older, who have established social networks. I think a bit of a moment of their lives, in their, like, incredibly busy lives, can radically change exponentially a lot of people's lives. So, like, if you are able to inspire one person who is relatively, like, a young adult, right, and they can in turn inspire other people, that's great. And there are great content creators out there that really go this way, that can have that reach. I still don't think it's still one of those things, like, humans pay attention to the worst of things, right, as opposed to the best of things. So I'm not saying, I will try not to give you the idea that every kid, every younger adult is struggling with this. It's hard to overlook though. There's more than I would like to see. And oftentimes, thinking about positive things, personally, if you ask me, how much is too much, Maku? 1. Like if you're gonna ask me a serious question, how much is too much to see when it comes to people who have no support system and like largely lacking like specific communication skills, or like have people they refer to all the time in fondness? 1. I don't usually like seeing even one person. With that said, less is wonderful. I would say as least as possible, right? You do your best to try to mitigate that. Like it gets really it's one of those things. That's why I think about in academia too all the time. Like you see, you have a class of 50 kids, right? Maybe 50 kids, and then you see like 10 of them clearly not challenged, and then 10 of them like they're not even sure if they're here for the right thing, and in the middle you have those who are like rambunctious and going out. And honestly, I actually think I'm the least concerned about the people in the middle, because they're going to go through bumps, but they're hanging out. They're the largest group too. They constitute the largest group because of distribution. The ones that are doing really well, you got to make sure like they're actually trying to do more than like just stringing along and drifting, right? And then the ones that are struggling, you got to also point them in some way that inspires them, because they can go south really far. And then the ones in the middle is like, yeah, they'll make it. They'll do what they can. It's the same reason why a lot of the younger generation grow extremely bad parasocial relationships. And I'm gonna change the word bad to dependent. Extremely dependent parasocial relationships. And the double whammy in terms of having a dependent parasocial relationship is that it's one way. Your dependency isn't reciprocated. That other person can't possibly reciprocate your dependency, right? It's different if you had a social relationship. That dependency might not be ideal, right? Two dependent people on each other might not be ideal, as opposed to like two independent people who share collaborative synergy. It's still a step above being dependent on a relationship that has no reciprocation. You cannot, like, they cannot pick you up no matter how much you like the person or think the person has a chance of being aware of you. The likelihood is astronomically unlikely, right? You can be the lucky ones. It is possible. It's just extremely unlikely. So increased dependency on parasocial relationships is that's the thing. You don't have to talk you don't have to talk to the person in a parasocial relationship. So naturally you wouldn't know how to talk to them when you meet them if you had the chance, and you wouldn't know how to go about meeting and talking with them most of the time, because in a parasocial relationship you don't have to engage in the practice of having a social relationship, right? So it's not that you shouldn't try anyways. I wish all the people who have like tons of followers and stuff, and they have lots of dependent people, if you ask them, the ones that are genuinely caring about it, like Hank Green or John Green or something, I'm kind of calling them out, but they're beautiful human beings. They will constantly vlog about how, yeah, we got to keep in mind, I'm one person, you're millions of people, right? So even then you can see that they often also share it's a lose-lose situation, right? Not only can you not reciprocate, the people who may want to can't do it either. Like, it's not humanly possible to reciprocate such an incredibly disproportionate amount of parasocial relationship. So they do their best, right? They find ways to scale up and get better connected with the stuff, or defer them or something like that. So that's all you, in my opinion, that's the best in academic can do in this day and age. That was a really big digression, but we're kind of at the end of our lesson. I was gonna wrap up by writing all the vocabulary because I got halfway done. So tomorrow I will do the other half to establish opinion, and then I will do the Hanzi on the third day. Thank you for asking the question. We're suggesting something. I always felt like it felt a lot with content creators meets and greets. Oh yeah, content creator meets and greets. Yeah. Man, that COVID time though. I think COVID time really highlighted a lot of these. We did a lot of talking, yeah, a lot of yapping. This is what the yapping is for. I don't think so I want to, make this clear to everyone who's new or maybe if I really did like hardcore cared about being fluent or meeting a language thing, I wouldn't be streaming. If you know what I mean. I'm the top most priority, the talking and the learning process being used as a way to motivate people to do things that they want and have a balance. Okay? So if it's having a good discussion, I would always value the better discussion. I would always value the discussion first. Again, I would go back to what I said about stepping inside a classroom. The content isn't going to go anywhere very quickly. The person is going to. Your time with people is limited. The opportunity to establish social relationships is tenuous and it's fleeting. So it's not like high school where you willy-nilly go make friends with whoever you want. Inexperienced. As you grow older, your choices and stuff become very limited because you now know and you have a lot of experience to figure out what your choices are. So in order to maximize those choices, you don't take those opportunities for granted. If someone even remotely becomes interesting to you, you try your best to get a social relationship with them, right? Because at the moment, every passing year, you are less and less likely to find appropriate opportunities of people you believe in. So you don't want to end up being a 60-year-old or 70-year-old and you don't trust anyone. At least in my opinion. Like, get off my lawn, kid, kind of thing, you want to be a person who went into their 60s and 70s and you're surrounded by your legacy. What will your legacy look like? It can be accolades and merits and stuff. There are very special and extraordinary people who might be satisfied with that. For me, it was here's a little short story to, I'm trying to do a concluding remark kind of thing. I want my grandfather, my late grandfather, my father's father. We knew his health was declining, so we the entire extended family, including my family, we had one last dinner with him, and he sat in the middle of a restaurant, booked completely out by every single member of his family, and that family occupied like an entire floor of a restaurant. That is something else. Now think about it this way. Now if you were in academia, for example, that would also expand to all the students that were impacted or influenced by their success was influenced by you. It extends to that. It continues to extend. And I can only imagine how content creators are. Like, on what scale is a content creator? Now, that, in my opinion, while it expands beyond human limits to connect with everyone, the idea is your legacy is bound by that as well. And it's some people will feel fine with loving one person, right? And what I mean by that is not in a, we're talking about a platonic love here, love by one person, but generally speaking, I think human beings are at least capable of having enough love for a few people. And if not, those who are finding trouble trusting and loving, even a small ounce of someone who has a loving social relationship can mean the world, right? I just go up to a person and say, you know what, that kind of sucked. Here, let me help you out for a day and see where it goes, right? I found you for the energy of pushing me to keep learning Korean. I stayed for the vibes and insight. Oh, well, I appreciate it. I mean, I'm probably no more experienced than you are. Discussion, education, all the vibes. Well, Blair, I don't think I'm any more like humanly experienced than you are. Like, I haven't actually been, so some disclaimers, right? I haven't actually been in a relationship with anyone. That's also good to note, right? I've shared with these things too. So most of these come from human observations. So that said, you have to keep my conversations with a grain of salt. I'm not in a relationship with someone. I always wanted to be a father. That doesn't mean I am a father figure, right? So there are things that, regardless, I'm not saying it's easy, and especially when I haven't done it myself. But I sure as heck would step up to doing so. I also state again, whatever I say also applies to myself. Thank you, Nojo. Always appreciate the kind words. It doesn't change about what I observe. Yeah, so the stuff that I'm saying are the things that I observe. Whether my meaning about how they were, there's got to be, that's there for a perspective, right? Perspective. It is also true, and it is also true that we have to understand and be subjective about this, which is to empathize with people who may say, like, oh, he's only saying all of this because he hasn't had heartache or something like that, right? And that is actually true, right? And what I mean by that is, if I wasn't ever in a serious relationship and I haven't ended a serious relationship, then I might unintentionally make it sound like it's simple. And usually when I hit that moment, I remind people that there are things that I have not experienced, and I do not want to trivialize these things. I try to smile and talk about them in a light way, but I am dead serious about most of it. So whenever like someone comes by and say, oh yeah, this guy is like, he's making serious points out of nothing and stuff, so I don't want to be that. It doesn't matter if I haven't experienced something. I still take something seriously because I take what I don't know very seriously. That is, in my opinion, the essence and almost very distinguishable part about being an enlightened person. You also take the things you don't know seriously, because what you say is dependent on all the things you don't know as well. Ignorance can be blissful when you're left alone, but ignorance can be paramount to your ability and perception of others when you're sharing the space with others, because you inherently will not know many things when interacting with another person. And taking that seriously will make you a lot of great friends in the long run, and maybe a significant other. Being appreciative about the things you don't know, because your partner and your other friends might know something about them, and you like to believe that since you can do this, your friends can do it as well. So then you have a lot of people who actually listen and solve problems together, right? Sometimes I get these people who come by and say like, oh, you know, I think everyone around me just only look at me as a free meal. I'm like, are you sure about that? Because if everyone around you look at you like a free meal, what are you doing to attract all those? So in my counter argument, or my refuting in a way, is to say perhaps an inward change can produce an outward result. So I live by that most of the time. I think the generosity of the people around me made me generous in return, and naturally then generous people attract generous people, and in different ways, right? The circumstances that we meet each other are the ways we are generous in that manner. Generosity is a gift of time. I don't think there's anything more precious than giving someone your time. If you go up to someone and says, hey, like I want to listen to your story, and then that person said like, oh, well, I don't have time for this, it's like, well, then you move on, because that is the most precious thing you have, not necessarily the conflict of interest you might have temporarily, in my opinion. So that's kind of it, I suppose. I don't know where I was going. This is the stuff I think about most. And this is the stuff I talk about most. It's not because I'm an expert at it. I'm not an expert at this. I'm not an expert psychologist. I'm not a trained professional. I am only very experienced, as in, what is the topic that I find myself having to talk about whenever I meet someone who's willing to talk about something. This is the void. This is the most common type of discussion I have in private. And what I mean, like the nature of it, it's this person is struggling with something, and that something has very much to do with their relationship with people. And they can be brilliant. They could be very successful. They like make a lot of great games. In fact, I've been reading in a Discord, in a developer Discord, and that person's having just the most awful time with human resources and stuff. And that person talks, and the way that person's talking is like, this person's young, ambitious, and it seems like I only see one side, right? I only see this person saying that they didn't do anything wrong. They didn't. But I can see that it's more of a relational skill, and hopefully they find someone to resolve it, or maybe find someone better at it, and then they form a collaboration or something. But genuinely speaking, most of the time I think of people's communication skills, like sitting there in Twitch chat, watching 3 or 4 people talk to each other, right, or at each other. Sometimes they talk around each other, and that's a social norm. Then you follow them a little bit, and then they start talking at each other and then with each other, and that's kind of pleasant. However, for every one of those, there are a swarm and tsunami of other types of levels of communication. Take something to have an opinion on it from the stance of an observer. I genuinely like observing people. I people watch a lot. I'm not, that sounded like very creepy, but in the internet you can do it anytime. You sit there and watch them go at it, like they're arguing about something, like, all right, let's learn a little bit about this. How do I diffuse the situation? Or it's kind of like language learning. you give me some details. How am I going to use this? Let's find out how I can be useful in that. So when I read and watch interviews and candid clips and multi-language, I'm thinking about how I would, or how I could find it useful. So it might not be useful to me, but it certainly could be useful for someone else. I feel it's the best for holding genuine relationships with people, for open-mindedness. It is. I mean, it is often a great thing to start genuine relationship, remaining open-minded. Open-mindedness creates the largest inclusion of opportunities, and it's a great place to start because it's inclusive. When one is able to refine that relationship, then they can close it up, right? So like meeting new people and establishing and deducing and practicing how to go from this big to refinement is like the thing, right? And you're going back and forth. So in no way will I hope that I don't become so prejudiced or biased that I would say, oh, you always do this, you always do that, this is always better. Genuinely, I'm that guy that's playing devil's advocate, where I want to refute the thing as a way to balance out maybe something that's extraordinarily hyperbolic. So when someone comes up to me and is like, this is the best thing to do, 1, 2, 3, that's it, I will be probably that person that would be like, wait, hold up. And then we'll start discussing about it. Because genuinely, when something sounds like it's a hustle, I'm not interested. When something sounds like it's a genuine interplay between attention to detail and also having the consideration that you're talking to someone, right? Then, well, we can talk for 12 hours, 15 hours, however long it takes. It's worth the investment, in my opinion. The moment when someone is able to sit down and isn't trying to hustle you on like the next best thing, I think genuinely that has been lost or mitigated and aren't very available anymore in our day and age. In the digital age, it is very difficult not to have a conversation with someone and that cynical little feeling in the back of your head saying, where is it? And then like 2 hours in, there it is. There's the plug. There's the plug for the hustle. Nowadays, you don't even get that. Honestly, like, you might get that maybe over average, so like significantly. There are times, I would say 20 to 30% of the time, the person just comes up to you, give you the hustle, and leaves. As in, like, they don't even bother with business practices, or they don't bother with decorum or conversationalism. Like, someone would say, like, hey, you're doing it wrong, bye. Or, hey, this is the right way to do it, bye. Like, you think there are going to be people who actually listen to that? And I don't want to hear the answer. Maybe, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid to really get slapped with reality if that actually works. So instead, they do the fear tactic. What's the fastest way to get someone's attention? You're gonna fail if you don't do this. Done. Instead of establishing, playing the slower game, like playing the investment game, actually trying, in my opinion. That's a little aggressive, but actually trying to get the person's faith and trust and respect instead of attacking their fear, eliciting concern, and then selling your thing and leaving and then finding a new target. Yeah, whatever happened to openers, honestly, yeah, that's kind of crazy. And here's the thing. I've encountered 3 or 4 instances now where the person, when I respond with an equally cynical and like I was leveling with them, like this person says like, oh yeah, this stuff is crap, have you tried something else? I echo it, right? I try to say like, well, you know, it's funny you say that to a person who's been doing this for like over 100 days and expect that they would agree with you. And then so, dude, what is that attitude? I'm just trying to help you, man. I'm like, well, are you significantly lacking so much communication skills that you haven't contextualized the way you said things? Like, well, how is it rude? I was just trying to help you. Like, is this where we're going now? Like, is this the level of communication that we have nowadays, where you cannot form a conclusion, or like you can't estimate the idea that it would be rude to say to a person who has spent a lot of time doing something, and just because you're helping them or you think you're helping them, somehow it may not be, it can't be construed as rude, right? So that happened far more than I thought would happen. Ironically, for people who say they know how to communicate in different languages. I really had, I guess I was a little bit naive. I was a little bit more optimistic that those who are interested in language learning, right, have this pre-selection bias for being culturally aware or culturally sensitive, right? However, I've been surprised a couple times already, which it's not bad. I mean, like you kind of expect it to happen. I just witnessed it and feel like yeah, it's still an emotional thing, like to some extent, where someone would go up and it's like, whoa, you do know that this is how people do this thing. It's like, well, you do know that the language you're speaking, the culture literally finds that insulting. So are you like, it's one of those things, I want to make a meme joke out of it, but that would be condescending and it would be a poor reflection on my own character. I would say something like, my thought was something like, tell me you say you're interested in a Japanese culture by saying that you don't know anything about the Japanese culture. That was the examples I got. Do you feel as though it also be behavior that may be specific to language you're learning? No, it isn't. At first, I thought it would be, honestly. Oh, well, it's half and half, a pick. It's more like they want the characteristics. They assume the characteristics that align, so the characteristics that align get exacerbated. They get overdrived. And in the characteristics that they don't resonate with, they just ignore. If you know what I mean. So what I mean is, there is something to it. So, like, but it's selective. Like, oh yeah, the Japanese culture is like super hardcore and they have really good work ethic. And I probably will not challenge this person. Their work ethic is probably great. Meanwhile, they would go out of their way to offer unsolicited advice. That's not Japanese. I'm just saying, like, it's actually quite rude and disrespectful to assume that someone needs help and you are the benevolent person to have that solution without asking the person. So it's like selective, right? If the language they're learning happens to have a culture characteristic that aligns with them, that gets extra, it goes into overdrive, in my opinion. It gets accentuated, confirmation bias. It gets confirmed. And then the culture that you reject, the parts of the culture that you reject, gets sidelined. So like one thing about the Japanese culture, at least in my opinion, or the Chinese culture for sure, is the face culture. I talked about this a couple of times now. It is actually very rude and embarrassing for one to go out of their way to go and correct someone who's doing something when they didn't ask for help. The silver lining here is, while I may be a background in Chinese, I'm also American, and I actually love that. In contrast, American culture tends to be a little bit more open to a person who has good intentions, and you look to the good intentions instead of upholding the rules of decorum. So when someone goes out of their way to offer me something, I politely decline, but I also really like it because I'm also American. Like I like that with good intentions. Like you hear me, you'll probably hear me say this a couple of times, like, well, at least it's good intentions, right? I understand you had good intentions. In my opinion, in Japan or in China, rude is rude. Good intentions or not, it is still rude. So you can be kind and rude at the same time because there's pride, there's face. It's embarrassing to get help when you didn't want help, right? It's a face culture. So there's a level of understanding that is required for that. That doesn't get accented if you're learning from a different culture and you only confirm the things you want to know. Like, for example, oh yeah, Japanese people must really, really love Pokemon, right? Pokemon. And that might be true. That might be true. So your love for Pokemon is exaggerated, right? It gets lifted. Meanwhile, though, there's no attention to all the things that you don't want to pay attention. It's kind of like thinking a culture is perfect in your head, only to realize that there's human rights problems, work ethic violations, possibly xenophobia, foreigners' perspective. Like there are a lot of things. We're all human beings, right? At least I hope. And there are pros and cons to cultures. So the extreme case of that is only embracing all the things that align with you and ignoring all the things that don't. And I'm not a representative of the Japanese community, nor am I a representative of the Chinese community. But I certainly understand what it's like to be in a face culture. At least that. I can at least give you a little bit of a dip into face culture. It is incredibly a hit. I mean, a miss most of the time. Like 80% of the time, it's a miss. If you think being kind, but helping someone who's working through something in a face culture, that is disrespectful, right? And I kind of don't resonate with that much, because there are people who are like, you see it and it hurts your heart, it hurts your soul. So I will try as much as I can to make it not like I know better, right? Because I come from a face culture family, I try my best to not make it seem like I know better, I told you so, or something like that. I want to communicate that it hurts me. This is the weird metagame in the face culture. It's not you, it's me. Sorry, but can I help you because I am distressed? And the last thing you want as a face culture person is to burden someone else in a community that they may think they belong into, right? That, in my opinion, it's the nuance of tact that is involved in offering help in a face culture. In my opinion, this is just personal anecdote. Like, I'm sorry, but can I help you because I feel bad as well. Like, I want everyone to rise up, right? Like, I want to feel better. You want to feel better. Let's try to work it out together, if that's understandable, right? It's a different tact, in my opinion, than another culture who is more inclined to say like, oh yeah, thank you, like I really like it, like thank you, I'm just having such a bad day, but now you're here. Like it's a really different culture recipient, and I like both to some extent. I really do. I'm more towards the American side of things, where as long as you're offering help, it's a thought that counts. Or it's the idiom is a thought that counts. It definitely does not change the nature of other people's cultures. So that's kind of the thing that I had a couple of times already. Oh yes, I understand. Kind of like it would literally be like me coming in and saying, why aren't you learning Korean? It's easier. This is too hard. Then leave. Yeah, that has already happened. Yeah, exactly, Blair. Someone told me like, ooh, Japanese, it's a really hard language. Maybe you should start something easy like French. Like, oh yeah, you shouldn't dive too hard into Chinese. I was told, I read somewhere that it was the hardest language. So you should start with a baby step, because that's kind of how people actually learn language. It's like, oh really? I see. And how do you know that? Like, well, you know, you speak American English, or like they imply it. I'm paraphrasing. I'm reading between the lines. It's like, oh, you speak American English. So I figured, you know, you only speak American English. So Chinese would be the hardest thing you could possibly learn. Like, okay. Okay. Is there anything else that might jump out at you that has anything to do with how you're evaluating this? Like, no, because I've learned 3 languages, and judging by how you're learning the language, you obviously only speak English. This is the kindest version of... this is a kind version. That person actually told me that I need to seek therapy because I'm delusional, and that my attitude is sociopathic. That is what I was kindly told by this guy, who said that they're only being kind, but because they thought I thought they were rude, which they are correct. I did think they were incredibly rude. They, on their moral high ground, they moral grandstand me by saying, well, I only wanted to help, so therefore I'm in the right. And then begin and continue to insinuate everything that is incorrect about their observations. Happened not once, not twice. It happened 5 times. 5 different individuals. So it's still not that much, you know, relatively speaking. I've encountered more than hundreds of people in a day's time, so it's not that crazy to expect that to happen. Kind of like the Russian language learning community being influenced by Russian culture, or what Americans think that their culture is like. Yeah. I do hope that when I corrected your third tone that one time earlier, I did not contribute up, because I definitely felt that I may have been backseat. No, it's perfectly alright. Like, it made me worry about it. It made me worry about it. Really, the way that you go about definitely matters so much. No way someone... it's okay. Like, you expect it. If someone said that to me as someone who has been non-stop grinding Chinese, I would actually get so annoyed. Growth. I would honestly argue that the way Duo approaches Korean versus Japanese at the place where I am at, I'm picking up Japanese easier. Can't believe I've heard worse. I'm not trying to justify this stuff, but it will be used in new words. Duh. Well, I can believe it, honestly. It's the internet, it's the internet, parasocial relationships, right? Blair, Pink, we have to ground ourselves. That goes back to that analogy. If I lost $100, it's okay. It doesn't ruin the whole day. No need to... I actually spent that $100. And now I'm using that $100 to demonstrate something else. So anything that's lost as a penalty of interacting with someone, now I'm using it. It's no longer a place of negativity, right? So I'm telling this story over and over again, and I'm telling other stories about this, is because it's instructive. It can be useful. my weight and my demeanor doesn't diminish because of it, right? It is a very powerful learning lesson, at least in my opinion. It can be one, as opposed to like a pity party or something like that, or cloud chasing, right? I'm using this as a great way to, in my opinion, if you ever feel used as entitled people for the farm, you have to know how to address these things. You're a politician. Like, what I mean by that is not like a politician, like a representative, but if you become a content creator, in my opinion, and I think lots of content creators have probably found their favorite already made a content creator who shared similar wisdom, right? Where if you are not ready to be able to confront or manage all these things, this is a time to work on it just in case, right? Or find inspiration on how you would approach it. For me, I just continued talking to that person until the person stopped, or not. The person didn't even stop actually, because I was ending my stream and then that person entered. So we talked for another 2.5 hours past when I wanted to stop, and we tried. Whether that person found something interesting, I found an interesting story to share. In fact, I already know which day it is and what time it was recorded. So it's permanent. Some people aren't worth trying though, you'll say. It's not worth it if it's not worth it to you. That is the answer that you will always get. So for me, I had time. I found it a quite challenging position. I'm not saying you should think it's for sure, right? You gotta find and effectively pick your battles. For me, yes, at that time, it was the end of the day. I had plenty of time, and this is what I'm doing now too. It's the end of the day. We're going to talk about a few things, and it's part of the language learning. So I don't want to beat around the bush here. If you're going to like share your experience with language learning, I wouldn't be surprised if you have very similar experiences. So it's that time that I feel that I invested in this can be a useful model or things to consider for other people may be interested in spreading language learning, but in a format that may have them encounter those. And I think being aware of these things is a first step to managing them, right? It's much like depression, mental health, sustainable lifestyles, burning out, most of those things. It starts with awareness, and the source of these awareness comes from those people who have already experienced it. Yeah, not gonna lie, I streamed for about 2 months straight daily, and I definitely met some odd people, to say the least. Yeah, probably people like that wouldn't necessarily select themselves for a commonality of it. I have plenty of those. I still support them in some way. I don't get on stream not being able to support someone. That's kind of the idea. So if you see me get on stream, I'm ready to support. If I'm not ready to support anyone, you won't see me stream. I think that is a mentality that I do not compromise with other people. If you're not ready to stream, if you're not ready to handle public ridicule, criticism, and all that stuff, I think it's a lot healthier if you find someone to manage those things before you start. It's kind of like going to a job, right? Like say you work in whatever job, a customer service, or even a office job, like in a cubicle. You don't interact with anyone. If you go to your job or go to a public space in which you will affect other people with all the baggage of your entire world and your personal life on you, When it rains, it pours. I don't think your job performance or anyone around you will benefit from that. So, with a lack of a better word, I'm thinking of like a movie quote. Get your stuff together. Quote unquote. Get your stuff together. Or hopefully you have 2 or 3 outstanding friends that will help you get your stuff together and then go out and change the world. Oh yeah, I did get mian today. Yeah. The mian as in like position mian. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Front and behind. All right. So with that said, I'm gonna go over the vocabulary in English because that's what I'm responsible for tomorrow, and then we'll call it a day today. So let's see. So we have yo and yo bian, right? Yo bian.
右边
右边. So that's right. Right. We have 左边, right? 左边, just left. 切面 so 切面 just front. 旁 so 旁边 is, I'm gonna say next to or the side. Next to. There weren't a lot of vocabulary today, so we got our yap on today. So there weren't a lot. Fun question because I'm curious. Are the tone inflections in Chinese only on the vowels? You can, yeah, that's it. Yep. I would say if you think about that, it just works. It's good enough for the inflection on the vowels. Like the actual inflection. If it's like steady going down or up, that can happen in the other across the word. But generally speaking, like the inflections themselves. Let's see. Share? What the heck? Oh. Yeah, 学校 学校. This is school. I think that's our only location. That's fine. It's kind of a random thing. Yeah, it can like, because you slide in and slide out of things, so maybe a little bit of both.怎么 what? Oh, 怎么做? 怎么做? Where is 怎么做? 怎么做? This one. It's not listed on here. Wait, it might be listed on here.
走
sorry, wrong tone. 走怎么走怎么走 For whatever reason, it's not. Oh no. I hate when this happens. It's fine. We'll review again. One last time. So we have this. I'm gonna say how to get. How to get is. It's more like how to go, but get is non-specific enough that it could show how flexible that is. And then right, we have right, left, front, next to school. Oh. Oh, what? This is Lu. Lu. Wei. Lu. Dao. Dao. Two. Like Made. No, not Lu Dao. But that's a good one though. That's a good one though. Lu Dao. Lu Dao. This one is for the
到
Dao, like 到你个到你个学校怎么做怎么走 sorry 怎么走 I don't know what this is. Oh, home. Oh, yeah, that's right. Home, yeah. Home, yeah. Of course. Oh. Yeah, home, yeah. Right, behind. Okay. Behind. One.你们的那里这里 These are repeats. So na and na li. These are all repeats. Which deals with location. So they're repeating lots of locations. In order to line up with position. And ta, I'm guessing it's like 你们的 and 他们的. Just to like frame things like with subjects. What is one? Oh, just towards? Oh,
wow.
Yeah. True. We were talking about like walking towards something. Yeah. Wow. We'll link it with Wang. 见面前面就九 where's 九 at 九 so like walk forwards something. Walk towards something. Walk towards the front is what I highlight there. Walk towards the front. Or to, yeah, walk towards the front. Dao is a preposition. I think my old book just translates to as arrive. Yeah, it's to. Yeah. To arrive. Yeah, I think of it as arrive too. Like how to get and arrive to a destination. So I usually think of it as like, at the moment, my first thought was made. Made. I forgot what the tone is. I thought it was 4. Dao. What Dao is kind of something of a truncated phrase that I've heard before. What Dao. I have arrived. What Dao. Whenever like you pick up a phone, like my mother has called me like 40 times because I'm like 30 minutes late, and I pick up, it's like Wadala, I've arrived. Not much vocabulary really. So let's sort these out on the left now. So for tomorrow, so we have the new characters. So left is 左 边 左边. So we have 边, I'm gonna put as side, and then 右边 右边. Then we have面. I wonder what they write in here for that. They don't write anything for it. That's 面 so 前面. Yeah, yeah. 我到了. So classic. Dao place. Chi has some weird nuances. Oh yeah, that's true. Chi does have that one too. Yeah, I always answer my phone 我到了 or 我gachi那种 in Fujianese I would say something very similar. Like 我到了. It's kind of like a mix. 我到了 as in I've come, like whenever my parents answer the phone and they always say the same thing. Like, oh, galo. Galo is the word that I was looking for. In Fujianese is 我到了. Jane, galo. As in arrived. Yeah, I'm here. Galo. Whenever they pick up the phone. Or Bukashi Galo. Oh, I'm almost there. I almost have arrived. Bukashi Galo. You can't 到宾馆去吃饭. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. Because of the place. Oh, okay. I see what you're getting at. Yeah, you can't. That makes sense. That's fair. That's fair, actually. Like the verb phrase can't take another verb. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. I see what you mean. It already sounds like it's doubling. Yeah, it's double verbing. The moment I read it, I'm like, oh yeah, double verbs. Okay, so what else we have? We have front and behind, right? I almost forgot. So, 后面 but behind. That's how we're gonna group them together for tomorrow. So 后 and 前 or 前 no 前 two 前 so 前后右 and 脚左 then right, left, and then we have side, which uses side or next. Is peng. Peng. School is just a location, so we're just gonna have to remember school. But 学校 now we also think, if we're thinking about paths, we're gonna lock in the path as 路 way, like pathway, which then will connect with the phrase of walking towards something. So 走 到 we get 到 oh, that's how we're gonna connect it. 到 学校 That work? Yeah, that works. And then goes to how to get 怎么就 to walk. Oh, but then walk will lead into the phrase here, which we can combine walk with a direction. What's the word order for how do I get to school? You're confused? 到 like 到学到学校怎么就 Yeah, that works. Yeah, 我到 if you want to add a like a subject, yeah. 我到学校怎么就 Yeah. How do I get to school? How do I get to the school? At least that's how they introduced it. They even omitted the 我 because it's a question. So you're implied that you're asking it. You're asking about yourself since it's a question. So you don't they drop the 我 as well. That's the example they gave. And then this example, walk towards the front. The example they gave was 到前面到前面走走 so like walk towards the front is the phrasing that they give. The direction chapter was after like direct objects, so you had phrases like my friend drives me. No, I did not have that yet. The direction, oh, you mean like soon when I get directions? Because my friend drives me, indirect objects. I didn't get a chapter yet, so I guess you will. Are you saying like later? I don't know, because I didn't get indirect objects. At least I don't think I did. Not that I'm aware of in that way. Yeah, so my word order review was just crazy messed up for this chapter. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, that's interesting. Well, you'll have to keep me posted on that. I'm not used to this word order as well, actually. The Dao took me a little bit. It makes sense when I hear it and read it, but I don't know if you can move that somewhere. So that's what they gave. And then that tackles all our vocabulary. So this is all our new vocabulary. Then we got right. 这里 哪里 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 and then a bunch of modifiers. So they like us and them. So 他们 我们 我们的 and like their 他们的 and 我们的 to like go back and forth. And they threw in a bunch of like fathers and sons and juxtaposed to each other. So that's all the vocabulary that I need to know. That's a little vocabulary. And I like that it's doing this kind of thing. It makes me think about how I feel about words and stuff. I don't mind this. This is kind of how I wrap up all the Chinese all the time. I need to find a way to engage myself in this way, or like something like engaging like this in Japanese, other than playing Shashinko. Tomorrow I had to plan something tonight before Shashinko tomorrow. So yeah, that's it. That covers all our new characters, right? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. Oh, I didn't have way. Oh, it's because I'm bad at writing. I didn't close that up. 10. Yep, those are all the characters. My friend to school by car drives me. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I got this. Oh, no, I messed up. I didn't add Wang. Oh, it's Wang. No, it's Wang, not Dao. It's Wang. This is Wang down here. I actually made a mistake. This is Wang. So they use Wang at the end instead of Zhuo. Sorry, instead of Zhou. Wait. No, they use Wang first. So Wang. Does that look right? Wang. Yeah. So they use Wang instead of Wei. They use Wang. My bad. So the way they used it was towards the front walk. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. That's the way they did it. Yeah. That's the way they did it. They used it for walking this time so far. So like you walk to the left, walk to the right, walk to the front, and then they used Wang to direct the towards that position. So that's what I missed. Like I was wondering like where did this come from? Okay, so that one might be a little bit hard to remember, but I gotta remember that too. So yeah, that's the review of today's unit. Fun. Very fun. All right. It was a really fun discussion. We had a wonderful, fun discussion. Let's yap some more another time, right? That's a wrap for today. It was exciting. It was fun. I gotta prepare for stuff for tomorrow. Maybe get to bed a little bit early. Get up and do that so that I have enough time to yap some more. You know, yapping is what we do. In the words of someone that I've met that I haven't heard from a lot, I'm the yap champ. Yap champ. Okay. So what can I say? Go out there, make a laugh. Was very relaxing. Oh, I'm surprised because I thought I was pretty. I thought I might make someone energetic. Yeah. This is me. This is my brand. We definitely make space for yapping. If any form of yapping, 10 minutes, 5 hours, 16 hours. If I have the time to spend, I think it's always worth raising and engaging someone to live actively in the moment, in my opinion. So yapping brings someone to the moment. If it's mutual exchange, it brings the person into the moment, right? It makes 24-hour yap stream, man. Oh man, those days are behind me. I've had like 36-hour streams before where I kept another person. I was on the call with another person who was gonna do a 24-hour stream. So I started 12 hours earlier and it led into hanging out with the other streamer who then went 24 hours. And they were like an older fella. So I just kept them company and I really enjoyed it, but man, whew. Then I was absent for 2 days. Oh, those earlier days. But in my opinion, it doesn't matter. Sometimes I know if you had to yap about something, just yap about something. I think bringing people back into the present day, especially when you're exchanging stuff, it can do a world of uplifting for people. You can even get angry about it, like you yell at each other, but as long as you like stay in it, you know, like you stay in it, feelings weren't unnegotiably, irreparably damaged, that yap can be a game changer. Because in my opinion, I don't think people get enough time realizing that they exist. I know how that sounds. Like we're not talking about the people who think they're the bee's knees and they're gonna shape the world. We're not talking about the self-entitled people. Just everyone else who I feel like have become so content with being as invisible as possible. I think, and I don't want to sound like I know better, right? I want them to get the gift. Like, it is a gift that is given by other people, right? Like, it's a generosity to know that you don't really have to be alone to be like enjoying things passionately. You don't have to be alone. The downside of that is there's not enough to go around, in my opinion. These days, there's really not all that lot of generosity these days. And I think because of that, it is a social norm. And let's, I don't know, contribute a little bit every day, right? It might be like maybe 1% or 2%, but hey, maybe in 50 years, it'll be like 50%. We never know. A little goes a long way. You inspire one person, that person could inspire 2 or 3 other people. That's just kind of how content creation works, right? I am a sap. I love doom scrolling, even though it's for the views and whatnot. Those people who go out, they go to a restaurant, they say, oh, can I buy this thing? Can I buy like 100,000 meals or something? And then they wanted to give it to like a community center, right? And help the homeless. And then the restaurant would be in it, and then they would like do, like, I don't, it doesn't matter if it's like for clicks or it has a system, right? But it's about the message. That's kind of great. It's just an ever wheel of inspiration. Whether if it's motivated or not, like we all don't have to be saints to be able to touch someone. That sounded really weird out of context. To touch someone's spirit, and that's kind of what language learning kind of needs as well. Because boy, oh boy, language learning requires a lot of spirit. It's not a personal bragging point. It's more like it's a lifestyle. And you can certainly translate that to a lot of things. All right, guys. Take care. Stay safe. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Right. 再见. 明天见, perhaps. And we will see you when I see you. Take care. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Bye now. Fair enough. Fair enough, Pink. I'll look to those DMs.